We're told to be here at 9 o'clock. We have 50 officers out there to test.
For how many vacancies?
8. We have 5 men and 3 women. Promoted to inspector out of this group.
3 women.
Do you object, Inspector?
Now, who might you be?
Oh, this is Ms. Gray of the mayor's staff. She's here to monitor these examinations. This is Inspector Callahan.
Oh, yes, I know something of Inspector Callahan. And I'd like to tell you, Inspector, it is the mayor's intention that this department be brought more into line with the mainstream of 20th century thought.
Just how does he figure to do that, Mrs. Gray?
Well, for one thing, His Honor intends to broaden the areas of participation for women in the police force.
That sounds very stylish.
I think he also said something about winnowing the Neanderthals out of the department.
Well, I guess we better get on with it. Next applicant. Officer Moore.
Yes, sir.
As you know, this is the final stage in your examination. It's a rather informal test in which we try to get some line on your ability to think on your feet, your reaction to stress and pressure, your ability to apply the law in a hypothetical situation, and so on. Okay?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been on the force?
9 years.
What department?
Mainly personnel and records.
Personnel and records.
Yes, sir.
Harry?
Have you any questions for the applicant?
Questions? How fast do you run the 100?
Come on, Callahan. You know how this board functions.
All right, sorry. You know that if you make inspector under the mayor's new guidelines, that you might just be out riding in a police car?
Yes, sir. That's what I'm hoping for.
Well, Officer Moore, maybe you'll tell us all here about your most important felony arrest.
I've never made a felony arrest.
Well, maybe you'll tell us about your best misdemeanor arrest then.
I've never made a misdemeanor arrest either.
Then what the hell gives you the right to become an inspector when there's men have been out there on the street for 10 or 15 years?
The woman's place is in the home. Is that what you were trying to say?
What do you think this is? Some kind of encounter group? I want to know what Officer Moore is going to do when somebody points a gun at her and says, "Hit the deck, you son of a
You're
bitch."
just deliberately trying to fail this candidate, aren't you, Callahan?
Well, if she fails out there, she gets her ass blown off.
It's my ass. And my hard luck.
Except that out there, you're going to have a partner. If you get blown away, he gets blown away with you. And that's a hell of a price to pay for being stylish.
Are you finished with the questioning, Callahan?
Hypothetical situation, huh? All right, I'm standing on the street corner, and Mrs. Gray there comes up and propositions me if I come home with her for $5, she'll put on an exhibition with a Shetland pony.
If this is your idea of humor, Inspector.
All right, what are you trying to do here, Callahan?
I'm just trying to find out if anybody in this room knows what the hell law is being broken besides cruelty to animals.
That's a conspiracy under Title 7, Section 182, Paragraph 1 of the California State Penal Code. A conspiracy to commit a misdemeanor is in fact a felony, and according to People versus Bashor, 1965...
Yes, that's right. Good answer. Thank you, Officer Moore. You'll be notified of your grade.
Hot day. A hot day in DC. Sorry, my camera's not turning on. Just have to wait for the computer. Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. Ham will come on. He's fixing or taking his son to lunch. In honor of today's holiday, I'm trying to finish this book, Lincoln and Black Freedom, A Study in Presidential Leadership, LaWanda Cox. She is an excellent writer. It's very scholarly, and it's not exactly a page turner in the mood of modern writing. She wrote this in 1985, but in her preface, she talks about how she worked on this with her husband as well. But anyway, here's one. I wanted to finish it and then do a video on it, but here's one point that she makes in chapter 1. I'm almost finished chapter 3, and then there's only 5 chapters to the book, but they're long chapters. But anyway, she points out Lincoln clearly recognized that as president, he had no legal power to act against slavery because it was a moral wrong. I mean, that's back in the time where they believed in the balance of powers. Today, you just write an executive order. So Lincoln clearly recognized that as president, he had no legal power to act against slavery because it was a moral wrong. That he struggled to subordinate his anti-slavery convictions to his conception of the powers and duty of the presidency cannot be doubted. To those who opposed his anti-slavery initiative or found them difficult to support, Lincoln was quick to defend his motives as those of commander-in-chief rather than of a moralist by earnestly affirming his good faith and arguing the necessity of emancipation. At times, he seemed to deny any connection between his moral conviction and his official action, but on occasion, he presented his case with more subtlety. Most revealing of his justifications was the little speech, he called it, which he made to 2 influential Kentuckians who in the spring of 1864 came to confer with him about the border state dissatisfaction with his policy. At their request, he subsequently put its substance into writing. Lincoln opened with the unqualified statement that he was, quote, naturally anti-slavery. If slavery is not wrong, nothing is wrong, unquote. Yet he understood that the presidency did not confer, quote, upon me an unrestricted right to act officially upon this judgment and feeling. And I averted that to this day. I have done no official act in mere deference to my abstract judgment and feeling on slavery, unquote. Lincoln continued with the argument of, unquote, indispensable necessity, unquote, for emancipation and arming blacks, but at the same time acknowledged, as quoted above, that he had not been entirely confident of results. In closing, he added to what he had said earlier, the eloquent passage disclaiming any, quote, compliment to my own sagacity, unquote, and attributing to God's will, quote, the removal of a great wrong, unquote, to which events were tending. In issuing the Emancipation Proclamation, Lincoln is sometimes seen as lagging Congress, which had passed the Second Confiscation Act on July 17, 1862. Yet the first draft of his proclamation was presented to the cabinet just 5 days later, and his decision had been made earlier by at least July 13, that is, before Congress acted. When his advisors convinced him to delay until a Union victory, Lincoln promptly issued the first paragraph of his draft as a separate proclamation, giving warning that all persons who did not return to their allegiance would be subject, as provided by the Confiscation Act, to forfeitures and seizures. She's very reasoned, but she doesn't ever summarize. A month earlier, Lincoln had made abandonment of slavery a condition for peace negotiations, which brought him under bitter political attack. For the attainment of emancipation, there was both political and military hazard. A Democratic presidential victory in 1864, as certainly as military reverses, would jeopardize the extinction of slavery as a condition of peace and reunion. I'm skipping a lot, trying to get to a summary. Lincoln made certain that the Republican National Convention held in June 1864 would include a plank calling for the, quote, utter and complete extirpation, unquote, of slavery through constitutional amendment. Oh, this was interesting. He called in the Republican National Chairman to ask that it be made the core of the chairman's keynote address. During the bitter and sometimes seemingly hopeless campaign which followed, it was not without risk that in the face of war weariness, the anti-slavery plank held firm. In the campaign, the issue was clearly joined. With victory, Lincoln moved at once to make good on the commitment, calling upon the very same House. Hang on one second. Sorry about that. So anyway, it's just one paragraph here. He so Lincoln made certain that the Republican National Convention held in June 1864 would include a plank calling for the utter and complete extirpation of slavery through constitutional amendment. He called in the Republican National Chairman to ask that it be made the core of the chairman's keynote address. During the bitter and sometimes seemingly hopeless campaign which followed, it was not without risk that in the face of war weariness, the anti-slavery plank held firm. In the campaign, the issue was clearly joined. With victory, Lincoln moved at once to make good on the commitment, calling upon the very same House that had failed to pass the amendment in June to reconsider and act in deference to, quote, the voice of the people, simply because it is the will of the majority, unquote. The measure would surely pass the next Congress, but, quote, may we not agree that the sooner the better, unquote. Passage through the House, however, did not come readily. Indeed, its fate was in doubt even as the vote was being taken January 31, 1865. Lincoln used his powers of persuasion and patronage in the cause. These were supplemented by the work of an incredible lobby, mostly of Democrats, organized and directed by Secretary of State Seward, undoubtedly with Lincoln's knowledge and approval. Its members worked at the Capitol and in New York City to neutralize Democratic opposition where they could not convert it into support. Their efforts were of critical importance for passage of the amendment. Even so, it might have failed without a further assist from Lincoln, one which in effect, though not in wording, constituted a false denial of fact. When rumors circulated that Southern peace commissioners were on their way to Washington, James Ashley, floor manager for the amendment, feared it would be lost unless Lincoln authorized denial of the report. Pressed, Lincoln sent a one-sentence, carefully phrased response, quote, "So far as I know, there are no peace commissioners in the city or likely to be in it," unquote. Peace commissioners, as Lincoln well knew, were on their way, but to Fortress Monroe rather than to, quote unquote, the city. The day after passage of the amendment, in response to a serenade, Lincoln relaxed his usual self-restraint to the extent of including himself in the congratulations due, quote, the country and the whole world upon this great moral victory, unquote. He began his remarks on a characteristically restrained, pragmatic note, quote, "There is a task yet before us to go forward and consummate by votes of the states that which Congress so nobly began yesterday," unquote. Enthusiasm shone through his words. The amendment was the, quote, king cure for all the evils, unquote. It put to rest the questions of legality and scope that could be raised against the Emancipation Proclamation. It removed all cause of disturbance in the future by rooting out, quote, the original disturbing cause, unquote. And in this moment of near victory, Lincoln expressed modest but unmistakable pride in his own anti-slavery role. According to the newspaper account, quote, he thought all would bear him witness that he had never shrunk from doing all that he could to eradicate slavery by issuing an Emancipation Proclamation. Applause, unquote. All right, I'll leave it there. So that's today's holiday. I don't know if you can find this book, but I'm convinced that he was pursuing the goal regardless of just war, just a war tactic. I'm convinced. I want to finish it. Anyway, let's go down and see. Oh, there's not very many questions. Well, I guess we'll wait till Ham comes on. Let me see. Hey, KYP. The one was first. KYP was second. It's hot in here. Hey, Scott. Hey, Gerald. Hey, Squire. Evening, Squire. Hello. Ham's not here yet, but he's going to call in as soon as he can. Zizu, Red Hook Pest Texan, 473 VR Greens. Hey, Charlie Mack. Hi, Frank. Hey, Hal. Hey, Eddie. What? What? Let me look that up. Are you kidding? Oh, I see, because it's vocal now and they're selling the CRT part. Let's see. Let's find out. Survey says. Survey says. So we go, I guess the symbol is vocal. No, it's not. It's CRTD. So maybe I'm wrong. It's $1.65, which works out to divided by 500. It works out to 0.0033 pre-reverse merger. I don't see that news that CRTD's for sale. Let me look on OTC markets. See if they filed something. They announced revenue guidance on 4/10. Let me see what filings or disclosures they've had. 5/15, that's a month ago. Robert, I don't see that, so I don't know where to find it. Hi, Amby. Hey, Steve. I don't know what that means. It doesn't look very good. So until Ham gets on, I listened, and we can do it. Maybe we could try it now. But I listened to Curtis's discussion. I didn't go so far as listen to when he answered questions on Junk Savvy's call. I guess that was yesterday, but I listened today, and it's pretty powerful. I mean, he's basically saying that it's obvious it involves Pete Sessions. He referenced a video, which I watched, which was Pete Sessions. And it sounds like he really has the goods on a number of key players. And he's essentially giving them time to come to the table to discuss MMTLP. I continue to strongly recommend that people, you, me, that we move our shares from Nextbridge. I mean, from, I'm trying to find an article that we continue to move our shares from, I can't find the article, from MMTLP to Nextbridge. I think it's critical you do that. But this is a huge breakthrough. And okay, the other day I did a video on this guy, Kubiko's musings, and it's a long printout, so I just am going to do it from my computer. But I think there's quite a few reasons why the other side is going to argue when it comes to a settlement for MMTLP that we deserve nothing or very little. And I'm not saying that'll happen, but I think we have to be aware that that could be how it turns out. So I just feel much better for myself having moved to the real asset of Nextbridge. But let me just quickly go through his reasons. It's a 21-page article. It was written a year ago. I'm not going to read the whole thing. I'm just going to try to highlight his negative. He's on the other side, and we have to know what the other side is going to say. All right, here's one of the first arguments. Torchlight created a preferred share, MMTLP, to ensure the economic of the energy assets would only accrue to legacy Torchlight shareholders. Well, that's not true once it starts trading. And that's not the reason they did it. They did it and by the way, once MMAT did the reverse merger, MMAT did not, Metamaterials did not want the asset. So it's really Metamaterials that's distributing oil and gas assets. He calls it non-core energy assets. That's not true either. The whole purpose of Torchlight was these energy assets. Torchlight got destroyed by the criminals. Prior to all this, Berta did the reverse split, allowed Metamaterials to reverse merge into the shell of Torchlight to gain some value for shareholders. But they separated that because what does a technology company want with oil and gas? Anyway, he quotes something. As the energy assets were not sold. Well, that wasn't in the agenda. They want to prove up the assets. Ultimately, Metamaterials distributed shares for a non-traded entity. We all know this. MMTLP was then canceled. That's true on the 14th. And then he becomes a complete jerk. The other side will be jerks. For reasons that may become clear, many holders didn't sell their MMTLP shares prior to the corporate action. And then he puts in this falsehood. Metamaterials distributed shares in the spinoff, a non-traded, yet technically public due to the large shareholder count. That's not why it was trading. So anyway, they're going to argue that many of us didn't trade our MMTLP, and that's on us. So that's what he says here. Many holders did not sell their MMTLP either because they did not understand the key dates, so it's on us, we're the idiots, and or because they expected to both receive Nextbridge distribution and sell the empty MMTLP to someone else before cancelization. I don't know any of you or me that intended to do that. That's an accusation without foundation. But they'll argue. They'll argue it that we were trying to game the system, not the criminals. The fact that FINRA halted the trading in MMTLP for the 2-day period between when the shares went ex-dividend and when they were canceled has fueled conspiracy theories that what FINRA did was protect short sellers, naked or otherwise, and that FINRA, even more extreme theories, that FINRA itself was shorting MMTLP. See, they're making fun of us rather than sticking to the facts. In brief, in broad terms, these holders, us, are apoplectic for one or both of the following reasons. One, they never wanted to be trapped in Nextbridge, and FINRA robbed us of our chance to get out. That's going to be an argument. And two, FINRA halt prevented what would have been a massive short squeeze, thus robbing them of untold riches. Well, this is what they're going to come in and ridicule us with. And you don't know that it won't be effective. They're going to have the best attorneys, the best lobbyists. But this is untrue. Look, those criminals destroyed the value of Torchlight, then MMAT, then they did it to MMTLP. They were gaining untold riches, disguised riches, unshown riches. So far, they haven't paid taxes on those riches, and we don't know about them. So it's unfair. And in terms of being trapped, yeah, we should have been able to trade for those 2 days. But anyway, let's move on. I'll try to get through it quickly. He says those two grievances are wrong. And then he is going to make fun. And that's what's going to happen in court. It's what's going to happen in Congress. The idea that there's a bajillion counterfeit shares from quote unquote naked shorting. That many of the Nextbridge shares distributed are also counterfeit, fake QSIPs. And listen to this. He's ridiculing our point of view that it's illegal to, quote, carry a short position into a private company, unquote. Their phrasing, not mine. This is what the other side is going to do. So then he writes a letter, and that's where it gets long. And he makes fun of us. And I'll try not. For those of you who feel trapped and that FINRA did you dirty, it's important to understand some basic things. This is what they're telling Congress. So we just don't know how Congress is going to react. We do not know how a judge is going to react. And he goes through this long explanation of T+2. He ignores completely that on the Friday the 9th and Monday the 12th, we could have sold our shares with a shortened settlement. We can write our tickets. We could have sold our shares on T+1 or T+0. You can do it. And the other side would have bought them. So he goes through the dates and the press release. And then listen to this. Listen to this complete talking down to us. In short, if you have chosen to manage your own investments, you have an obligation to yourself and to your family to monitor developments. This is the arguments they're going to use against us. I'd rather own the real shares. There is no excuse for at least not being aware of the basic details of this corporate actions. You had every opportunity. Anyway, let's skip over some of his more disgusting condescension. Then he puts the dates out. We know the dates. If you are one of the seemingly tens of thousands of former owners of MMTLP who feel trapped in Nextbridge, you were trapped by your own ignorance. This is what they're going to argue. Why let the system play us for fools? It's the same. Curtis's information is calling out the system. Why not take control and own our own shares? Let Greg McCabe make us maybe not rich, but it could be rich, but make us a nice return on our investment. Even if you didn't intend to stay in here, that's where we are now. If you didn't sell by the end of the 8th, those shares, the Nextbridge shares, were coming your way whether you wanted them or not. They're going to argue that in court. I've already told you, you were allowed to sell on a shortened settlement, which he's eliding. His next point, which the lawyers will argue this in court, quote, the only value that MMTLP had or was ever going to have was the Nextbridge distribution. That's true as far as it goes. That ignores the urgency of a short squeeze. That, look, they being the criminals, relied on a complete imbalance in supply versus demand. You made your decision, I made mine, that the snapping back, you pull a rubber band to almost its breaking point, it's going to snap back. And that's a perfectly legitimate investment thesis, but he makes fun of it. The only value that MMTLP had or was ever going to have was the Nextbridge distribution. That's where we are now. That's why I say move, move, move. MMTLP is nothing but an empty bag of air. That's true. That's true. That's all it is. So he's partly truthful. And then he makes fun of you, armed with our knowledge of T+2. I'm going to skip all that. Because he's wrong. He's clearly he's one of the criminals, but he's leaving out shortened settlements. So he's being very misleading. All right, then he says, even if you believe that the Nextbridge distribution was the catalyst for short sellers to cover, the key thing you are missing is that the liability for Nextbridge holdings attached at the end of the day, December 8th. Well, that's true. And with shortened settlement, you could have gotten rid of it on Friday and on Monday. He's a Brit. He says full stop. He's wrong. I'm skipping it. All right, now listen to this. He can't help but tell you what the short sellers try to do. They do it in every stock, the counterfeiters. They do it in every stock. And Ann Wagner doesn't care. Adina Friedman doesn't care. Gary Gensler doesn't care. Robert Cook, the rather plus size gentleman that's in the video that is on Curtis's feed. He doesn't care. Listen to this. Apart from not getting them anyway, bad English, out of their Nextbridge liability, short sellers, which I disagree with him, you could have traded out of, they could have traded out of it. Short sellers are not required to cover a canceled security. That's what they're counting on. It's a canceled security we don't have to cover. And if they go into Congress and convince Congress of that, and you're sitting with MMTLP, a canceled security, and then you're asking for 2 days of trading, the argument is, hey, we don't have to cover that. It's canceled. They will argue every which way from Sunday to win their ill-gotten gains. So that's one of their strategies. Canceled security, whether by way of voluntary cancellation, part of it, I'm not very good at reading, I guess, but it's also, I start assuming what the words say. I got to get my eye operation, but sorry for my misspeaks. So whether by voluntary cancellation, as was the case for MMTLP, or cancellation by bankruptcy court. That's the other thing, in other names, or cancellation by a bankruptcy court in other names. It's their strategy. All right, here's in. All right, I got to get that. I had the speaker ready. I got to get it up. Hang on. Yeah, hang on. Do you want to talk now or do you want to call back? All right. Here you go. I just got to get this speaker up.
Battery 70%. Connected to.
All right, so you should be able to talk now. I think. Oh, hang on. I gotta put you. Okay, you should talk now.
Okay, I'm ready to talk.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
All right, number one, yesterday DJT was getting its ass ripped again. And it comes out that the S1, the approval of their stock that they registered, and the shorts have been knocking the shit out of the stock. And no one knew. I didn't know why it was going down. But now we know that the SEC probably tipped them off that this approval was coming, and the shorts were knocking it down ahead of the approval. They knocked it down. No one in the company said they're selling a share. They just registered them that if the stock ever does go up, they can sell them. But you could see the street manipulates the stock, drove it down $20, $24 in 6 days, because the company was registering shares to sell. That's what Wall Street does. They manipulated that stock down for no reason. I was trying to have friends buy it on the close at 27 in the aftermarket, because I believe that the company will come out and say, hey, we're not selling stock, and the thing will bounce back up. If it does bounce back up, let's say to 36, quick $6, $7, that they set a new level in the stock. It went down 20 something and it bounces back 6. Do you understand why they did the attack now? Because now the level is $36 versus 56. And they could put the story out, DJT stocks shares soar today because no insider was selling the stock. And everybody looks at it and says, wait a second, the stock was just 52. Now it's 36. And the shorts manipulate that, sort of get that, they change the price pattern, is what I'm trying to say. Did I come across with that, William?
I think so. They knew this announcement was coming now. They drove the price down.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why they would want the news announcement to say the stock soared, but maybe.
No, that's what the press would say. And
I
they'll
see.
say the price, they know the stock is going to bounce up, but it's not going to bounce back $25. It's going to bounce back $6, $7, right?
Right.
And people are going to say, oh, I'm not going to chase it. It's up 7. And all of a sudden that they get people to start trading it and they set the level at a different level. That's all they're doing.
I see. A lower level, so they're
change the
making,
mentality of the stock.
Right.
They change it.
and they're not losing
And
it as much money at that level.
Right. They're basically drove it down. They got it at a level that's manageable. And when more good news comes out, let's say great news comes out, the stock goes back to 60, right?
Right.
If the great news would have came out when the stock was 53, it would have been 90.
Right.
So that's all, you're back in the same spot again.
Gotcha.
That's why they attacked it. And I put up a story. When the SEC leaks information, is that considered inside information? And then Pat Byrne did a story about that, I forget what year, but I posted it on Twitter. It's a good read. The SEC is 100% leaking information. And maybe they leaked the information to the shorts and finger motion that the S1 is going to be approved for the dividend. And maybe that's why he traded all that volume yesterday and people are buying calls. I don't know. But that's just all this information is coming out of where? The SEC. Not the corporate, it's the SEC that's leaking it.
Right. Right.
And they do leak information. So I wanted you to understand that. A second thing is that a friend of mine I just spoke to is sending me the hearing. I forget what senator was grilling the chairman of Boeing about all the mishaps they have had.
Yeah, I saw that. There's a new whistleblower.
Right, but they grilled him in D.C.
Right.
And he said it was the senator that was grilling him was manipulating him down the aisle, and he couldn't get away from the question. He said it was just getting worse and worse for that CEO as he went along. And he said,
Wow.
he's sending me the video of that. He said how great it was. And he said, just think about when they start doing the naked short selling grilling. And I said that the hearing is going to come and it's going to be very ugly for those who get called in. So again, I look forward to that.
When do you think
But the
that's
reason
going to be? They didn't say, they don't know.
I told you, I tried to get the answer and they said, sir, we will alert you to when you have to testify, or when the hearing will come up. And I said that, I have, family issues and I have to attend to. And they said, sir, we will tell you. They would, like I won't be available in case I had to go to a doctor's. They couldn't give a rat's ass.
Right.
So they spanked me down. That. And, I'm looking forward to find out more about this MMTLP.
Well, remember, this, Wes Christian is interviewed Monday at 6 p.m. But Curtis apparently is giving them time to respond. But on Friday, he's going to release the Kraken.
Well, listen, I pray that they have whatever it is. I want to help out in any shape, form to help them out. It'd be great. And, let's see what happens. William, I just texted you the hearing from, I think it's Josh Hawley from Iowa. And he's grilling the CEO of Boeing. Maybe you could put that up so people can see it.
You sent it.
I just texted.
I see it.
I just sent the text message to you.
Yeah, I see it.
Buddy.
Josh Hawley grilled. He makes $32 million a year. He's a hedge fund guy. He takes hedge fund model to one of the greatest companies in the United States and destroys it.
Well, they cut corners, they do this, they do that. There used to be a guy back in the day called, what was his name? Hacksaw Reynolds, I think his name was.
Right.
And he used to be a corporate raider, take companies over, and then just slice and dice them and sell them all off. Fire everybody and sell every division off and just create and he would just make money from it. If the company was 20, he'd cut them up and get $60 worth of value. That's what he was doing.
Right. Right.
And that's the hedge fund model.
Yeah.
They come in, they just fire people. I think I forget which company just announced they're closing all their facilities in the U.S. They closed their last facility and moving their production to Mexico. I mean, so it's the same thing everywhere. It's the same pattern. I'm trying to think as I'm driving at some other things I wanted to tell you about. So you understand about the DJT thing. These guys would definitely got the scoop from the government about the filing, but the company's not, Donald Trump and those people are not selling the stock. They just put out a statement. They're going after the short sellers and they want to punish them. You think they're going to sell the stock and help the shorts cover? I don't believe so.
That's true. So you can talk, of course, about what you think about what you understand about Curtis. You can talk about Finger.
I don't understand anything about Curtis and what's going on there. I really don't. I have no knowledge.
Okay.
I wish him the best. I don't even know Curtis. I just, again, that MMTLP is out of my league. I have lost touch with it since it's been locked up. I tried everything to help them out.
But I will point out, and I know I'm interrupting you, I will point out that Wes Christian is doing an interview on MMTLP Monday at 6 p.m. New York time. It was him that introduced Wes Christian to John Berta.
Yes, I did. John Berta can tell you that. That's, again, there's no medals here. I'm not looking for anything. I hope they kill them. I want to just kill naked short sellers. I hope they open this. I hope they all get compensated and make a fortune on their position. They deserve it. They've been locked up. I have many friends that own it, including yourself. I do not own it, though. I wish I knew more so I can help out, but I can't, listen, there's nothing more I can do until it all comes out. I'm like you. I'm waiting to see what's going to happen. I really do believe the only way to beat the street is doing tricks, dividends, corporate restructuring. Think about this, people. How about taking your Class A shares, let's say Finger Motion Class A, and spinning out and turning them into a Class A and a Class B share. And the only way to actually exercise it is get the B share to convert back into an A share. So we separate the stocks and then put them back together.
Right.
So it's just a corporate mumbo jumbo. So let's say this, you have 100 shares. We can do 10%. You can make it 90% Class A, 10% Class B.
Right.
And then you can put them back together, and you lose a crumb, like 1/10. Maybe you lose one share in the exchange, but it screws up at Wall Street. We sort of jerk them around, is what we're trying to do. That's we're working on that to get the legal opinions on doing that. Going from Class A to Class B and then putting them back together. You turn your Class B back into an A. So if we're basically forcing the back offices a couple of more steps. That's what we're trying to do. Things like that. So we're always trying to move ahead. But again, the only way to beat these guys is with mumbo jumbo, Brute force doesn't work, as you can see. GameStop has put the most brute force into anything. The hedge funds have all walked away from the stock, and now you have retail trying to do a brute force against the powers that be is not going to be fun. You know, so so the game has changed on GameStop for now. I told you, keep up on the corporate ownership. When you see corporate ownership start to go back up, it's down to 28 from 34%. It's going the wrong way. Once you see it go the other way, then you know you're going in the right direction. But it's not doing that right now. And I repeat this stuff for you because we're not going to be here forever. And these are things you have to follow in order to understand the equity markets. And it's a little work. It's not a lot of work. And you can understand it and become an expert. But don't take lightly the little hints that are out there. For example, GameStop, once Ryan Cohen did the second offering, I knew it was over. And he was going to become a very wealthy company with a lot of money. And Wall Street has no regard for anything that when you have a company like that with a lot of money, that now it's become show me what you can do with that money. And now time is a killer. He's eliminated the short squeeze aspect. Hedge funds who want to be here for the short squeeze because they know a short squeeze can produce a big return, they all said, screw this, I'm not staying here for 3 years, and they move on.
Right.
That's what happens. That's what happened in GameStop. Now what happens, you know, Roaring Kitty and everybody else is sitting here and they have to sit here and say, what do we do now? You know?
Right.
And it's just it's a different stock, a different story, a different stock. And, you know, unfortunately, the people that piled in at 20, 30, 40, 50, always up to the moon, they have to somehow figure a way to wiggle away to get out of that thing. Listen, I wouldn't build a company. I wouldn't hire a person. I put that $4 billion in a brokerage account, get an online platform, and take stakes in it. To buy Apple Computer, do this, do that, do this. That's what I would do. And I become a hedge fund. Do like Warren Buffett does. You can set your limits. It pops up 10%, sell the million shares, you make $1 million. Just go back and forth and trade it and put it to work. If he really had a pair of balls and do the right thing, which he should, because all the retail people helped him force this stock to get squeezed, he should take stakes in small companies that have massive naked short positions. You know, think about Ryan Cohen and GameStop taking a $500 million stake in DJT, for example. How crazy would that be, right? And when he makes money in DJT, he can go to someplace else then. Or he can go here, he can go there, correct?
Right.
He can go, I'm not saying, listen, I would only wish he'd come down to Figure Motion and do that. And that's the way to do it. Go out with a bang. No one controls the money but him. Imagine taking a 10% stake, 5 million shares in Figure Motion. And these idiots keep plugging him down here every day, selling him 100, 200,000 shares. Let's say he can move it, buying 2 million shares up to, $4. He turns it around, moves up to $4, gets to 4.9%. He can let them bait them into selling it back down again. He can bait it into selling it back down again, and then come back and scoop it all up again and destroy them, because now he's up to 10%. Because once you go over 4.9%, you have to file that you own it. And then all of a sudden you come out and you got 10%. That would create a Volkswagen squeeze in a second. It will just wipe them off the face of the earth in a minute. Because that's what happened in Volkswagen. Porsche took the stake, and that's what happened there.
Well, I'm going to answer this first and then you can. This gentleman wants an answer to a valid point on FRNG. And his question is, why can't the company FRNG talk about revenues for March, April, or May, since they apparently are doing better? And the answer is, I'm just going to quickly tell you, Mike, is that Crappy Barra can publish lies and misdirection and nobody stops it. A CEO of a company has to report earnings on a schedule that everybody can see it at the same time. According to Yahoo Finance, Finger Motion, which is FNRG, is going to announce its earnings in the week between July 11 and July 15. So you will see your answer about March, April, and May revenues when Finger Motion releases them between July 11 and July 15.
Listen, I think he's referencing bigger companies, because bigger companies always give guidance. They say, well, the next quarter we're seeing, better, whatever,
But they do it to a research analyst that's going to distribute
Right,
it.
so I'm just saying, I just think that companies like Finger Motion, if they start saying anything, that the FCC frowns on it, I think the big companies do it, and the SEC doesn't, like you said, to a research analyst, but I never see it done with the small
Okay,
companies.
so Mike obviously didn't listen to the interview that I did with Martin Shen, or Martin Shen's separate interview that he did with, I think it was called Small Capital Investment Group or something. But anyway, Mike, let me just put it out there so you know, since you've shown an interest here. He wants to point out negatively that the business revenue this year, the annual growth was less compared to 23. So let me tell you why, Mike. It's been stated in writing. It's been stated in interviews. Finger Motion is now that their revenue has reached a status that they can pay their basic bills, keep the lights on, they are moving their focus on revenue from low margin to high margin. And that's why you're seeing this shift. But if, that takes a concept. You have to, Mike, you have to be able to conceptualize that it's in the best interest of shareholders to move from low margin revenue to high margin revenue. And if you can't think about that, I would invest in a CD.
Well, think about it this way, and it's funny you said that. And in my younger days, I owned part of a restaurant, and they used to always say we should just sell mussels and cappuccino, because those two items, you get the biggest markups, and the cost is like nothing on both of them. And they used to laugh. They go, instead of selling chicken, let's sell mussels and cappuccino.
And pizza.
Because a cappuccino we could sell for $4, it costs us 20 cents. And mussels, I guess, the same type of prices. I don't remember. But that was the joke always in the restaurant business.
Push the mussels.
Yeah, give everybody a cappuccino and mussels, and we'll be rich, because the spread on that is huge. You can't buy a steak for $50 and sell it for $51. You have to charge more for it, so that you have to spend more. I mean, it's just, so, obviously in business, they're looking for bigger margins. Like right now in their top-up business is they buy minutes from the telecoms for 99 cents, and they sell it to the individuals for $1. So they're making a 1 penny. So it's like a toll booth, but it's a continued revenue stream. But when they do, what do you call it? Text messaging, SMS text messaging.
And just the minutes, you're getting grocery store or drugstore type margins versus NVIDIA
Right.
margins. They want
That's
NVIDIA
right.
margins instead of,
One of the gentlemen that we met with, tied to Trento, told me about it. He worked for Oracle.
yeah.
He said they
Yeah,
delivered
he's a
those
good guy.
chips. They delivered the chips in an armored truck. That's how.
Because it's
expensive
like
those things
gold.
are. He said they delivered the chips in an armored car.
Wow.
And I said the same thing. Wow, really? He said, yes, that's what they do.
So we
So
shouldn't
so
we shouldn't throw
so
away
they-
our old radios and stereos.
yeah, who knows? But I'm just saying that I guess the margins are enormous. A chip that they make for $1,000, they're probably selling it for, $5 billion. I don't know. Something
Well, when you
crazy
think
number.
about it, a chip basically is sand, maybe a little gold.
Okay.
Not legal advice is pointing out to you that on MMTLP, what Curtis might, one of the things for, it's pretty important. For example, he says, a senior vice president of Fidelity was a member of the FINRA committee, which reviewed the corporate actions involving MMTLP, and I guess both the VP and the committee appear to be involved with or have had pre-notice of the U3 halt. That's pretty major. That is.
Yeah, you get a major retail firm getting to see what they could stop anything at that point. That's just amazing if that's true.
I mean, usually it's only, those things are only reserved for Goldman Sachs. How did Fidelity get to sneak in front of? I'm just kidding.
Well, I think I don't think Goldman was a player.
No, it wasn't.
It's a retail name. But Fidelity probably looked at this thing and let me in on it, and they probably said, well, we got a big position on it, and we know the short, and let's try to stop this because we're all going to get burnt here.
All right, so
That's interesting.
here's Nunya, who is pretty up to date on most issues and also has good thoughts. Richard, if it could be found that FINRA was negligent or complicit in the MMTLP share being illegally created and traded, couldn't an argument be successfully made to bypass arbitration? And Richard's answer is, hi, Nunya. We shall see. Made initial contact with Fidelity today. My opinion, for what it's worth, I'm not a lawyer, is it could bypass arbitration, but it's still going to take a long time to knock out the agreement, get the releases. There's so many lawyers involved. But anyway, I don't know if you want to add your thoughts, Sam.
No, I listen, I agree. Time is a killer. The best thing that's going on for the people, and it's the worst thing, is that they're all locked up. The good thing is that they're locked up.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
They can't make a stupid decision to dump it before it goes.
Absolutely.
You're basically locked in. But they, when they get exposed to it, you got to rip their eyes out. That's how I look at it.
Apparently, Ryan Cohen is already the largest shareholder of Apple. I don't know how that could be, but I could look it up. Largest shareholders of Apple. Vanguard. I don't know. Vanguard's number one. Vanguard Index Funds is number two. Warren Buffett is number three.
I thought Warren Buffett was selling his. I thought he was selling Apple.
Maybe he's down.
I think he was.
So
that's what he. Listen, I'm not telling him to buy Apple. If I was Ryan Cohen, I would go balls in and try to help everybody else out. That's what I would do.
Wow, there's a lot of selling. Arthur Levison, isn't he the former SEC guy? He sold $14 million worth. Chris Kondo sold $1 million. Arthur Levison sold another 18 million. Levison's getting out.
Well, when you're the golden goose, you can do anything you like.
Right.
Donald Trump stock, they just filed to sell it, and they killed it $25.
Here I can look on
And that goes back to Facebook when it went public. I wrote the story on it. I sent it to Zuckerberg. When he went public, they were shorting the stock. And what they said every day, first of all, they pumped it up. It was the greatest IPO ever. As soon as it went public, it was the worst IPO because they had to drive revenue, and they didn't think they knew how to do it.
It's not the same Levison, I guess.
So anyway, William, they were killing Facebook down because they needed to see a clear path to revenue. The stock went from $50 to $18. All the negative stories in the world were coming out. Facebook is no good. They can't get revenue. And what was it all about? They were waiting for the first tranche of insiders to sell their stock. And once the insiders sold that first massive block of stock, people that worked for the company for years were allowed to sell it. As soon as they sold it, Wall Street scooped it up, and the story changed overnight. It was the greatest company in the world, and they helped drive it to the moon because they got all the cheap stock. It was completely all fraudulent. And I remember it like it was yesterday. And I wish I saved those letters. I didn't save them.
Mike is pointing out that Costco announces if they have a good month that sales are up, but that gets widely disseminated. I don't know. When you're a small cap company,
Costco is going to do a phone. With.
You're fading in and out.
I said, look for Costco to do a forward split. All these $800 stocks are going to do forward splits.
Is Figure doing a Class A and a Class B, or are you just conceptualizing?
I'm speaking to the right people about showing you how to do that. When I get it, I'll let you know. I don't want to give you a misstep until we figure it out.
I mean, my 2 cents, leave it alone, but what the hell do I know?
Well, listen, if you're going to keep playing games, the company can change its stock capitalization by just waving a wand. It's the same numbers.
Right.
Nothing changes. All it does is it messes with the back office. That's what the game has to be. You have to keep torturing them till you figure it out. Or you can do nothing, and we could just sit here and say, hey, maybe they should do something. I don't know. We'll just sit here and the stock goes down every day.
That's what you always say.
Can you hear me, William?
I can hear you. That's what you always say.
I'm just saying that I like to be aggressive than sitting back and waiting for something. I don't believe in that. If you want to sit back and wait for something to happen, go ask the CEO of CVM, who knows he's being naked shorted, and he doesn't do anything to fight it.
Right.
Instead, he raises money because he believes he's going to cure head and neck cancer. But in the meanwhile, shareholders that I know are getting destroyed who believe in it and just can't catch a break. Because the shorts know he needs money all the time, and that's just the way it goes. And he's got great results and no one cares. So I believe in being aggressive. I'll be the first to tell a company, leave the country, go to Korea, go figure out how to file there, get at it here. Everyone has limited time. You can't just do this forever. I had a couple other things, William. I'm trying to think of them, but I'm driving and thinking at the same time.
It's hard.
I'm not good at chewing gum and walking at the same time.
You're not able to cut your grass and protect your head at the same time.
I was telling William before, I was mowing the grass with my head down. I walked right into the air conditioning unit hanging out of the window. I gave my head a nice little dent.
That's in return. That's recompense for all the people you hit.
When I walked into it, I thought someone punched me. I put up my hands like I wanted to fight with the air conditioning unit.
It was like the racquetball games you do.
Pickleball.
Pickleball.
No one plays racquetball anymore. It's unfortunate, but that's just the way it is.
Donna says thank you to you.
What, for walking into the air conditioning unit and put a dent in my head?
Yeah, she says that. It brings you down to human scale rather than your godlike quality.
I don't know. Listen, I think my wife gives me iodine at night. I'm turning orange. She's poisoning me.
That's just all that square pizza you're eating.
I can go for a slice. You know, I need a slice. I wanted to thank everybody for their kind words to get rid of my gas bubble. It worked perfect, and they are gone. Back to normal. I just spoke to a friend of mine who he had to go to a funeral, and someone at the funeral had COVID, and it spread like wildfire, and everyone got it. So it's still bouncing around. That was about 4 weeks ago, he said. It was in Nyack, New York.
That's scary.
But just be careful, you know, going to these, you know, those type of events where you got close contact with a lot of people. I know you have to pay respects, but, you know, just be careful. If you're not feeling well, and you're not in good shape, and you can't handle it, it said it knocked him down for 3 days. You know, his whole office had it. Everyone got it.
Well, I don't know. One gentleman is saying, "Till death do you part." I guess that's.
Well, that's how I feel about fighting naked shorts. I can't leave. I want to leave. I can't leave. I've been doing this so long. I have friends that passed away, and their families were vested in us. And, you know, we were fighting this thing, and we all fought together. My friend who was holding the sign, Naked Short Sellers Caught Counterfeiting in 2006, passed away of brain cancer. Another good friend of mine just passed away from a heart attack. These are people that fought with us, and many others. My good friend John from Tampa passed away of COVID. People that believed in us and worked hard, and, you know, it just happens. You just can't, you know. And that's what we're trying to do is.
Do you know that the Transcontinental Railroad was built in 6 years, almost entirely by hand, and it's taken you 24 years?
Hey, listen, if you live in Brooklyn, the Bell Parkway, they've been fixing it since I was a kid. I mean, they're still fixing it. It's ridiculous.
That's like that.
Honest.
That's like that cathedral in Barcelona. I think they finally finished it, but
I mean, the roads in Brooklyn, they can't finish them forever. I mean, it's remarkable.
Oh, this guy was talking about your wife poisoning you.
She makes you wear a suit to bed every day. I wake up with flowers on my chest, and they
check. So there's a tweet. Somebody asked about it higher in the chat, and I couldn't find it, but Michelle is saying there's a tweet that Frommer is putting Vocal up for sale. I wonder if he's selling the asset or the whole kit caboodle. I'll look it up right now.
I think my friend who's highly invested in him, who's upside down big time, I think he was selling something. I forgot. I think he was selling, I forget what.
He wrote 18 hours ago, he said, "We are putting Vocal up for sale." it's an ongoing battle we are fighting at CRTD, which I have to say, he did do that courageous speech in New York in front of all the hedge funds.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
But
I was with him. I was with him when he wrote the speech. I advised him what to say. I told him to go out there like an animal, and he did.
he wrote,
And, that
Jeremy Frommer wrote, Korea getting it right. The financial regulator said Monday it plans to develop a real-time monitoring system for naked short selling by March next year. Bravo. The plan comes amid an ongoing ban on stock short selling, which was originally set to end at the end of this month.
Well, like I said, he was a man on fire when I first met him. He told me he was speaking at the Disruptive Conference, something like that. And he said he's gonna be the lead presenter, and he went out there and he told it the way it was, and then he just folded like a tent, and he let the shorts eat him alive, and he cost everybody a lot of money.
He's opened something called I don't know what Slack is. See, everybody does all these things that are just so confusing. But he started something, if I can remember my password, on Slack to follow. So I'll see if I can get in it. Maybe he said some more about this sale. I can't get in.
It's something for instant messaging for business.
I don't.
For employees to talk to each other. My grandson, who's 9 months old, just told me that. So you brought you up to speed by him.
I can't get into it to Slack, so I can't follow him, but he's moving to Slack.
William is still using carrier pigeon to send messages.
And Jeremy's pointing out, I give him credit. The scams perpetuated. He's considering taking this to the FBI. Good for him.
Wow.
I highly recommend looking at our new non-deal roadshow presentation. And he's going to go around the country. You got to give him credit. That's all a CEO can do.
There you go. That's all he can do.
That's all he can do. He's been attacked he's been destroyed by his friend Jeff Easton. And you can argue that's misplaced loyalty, but it's not his fault. That's Jeff Easton and Jeff Easton's clients. In my judgment.
They took his pants down and they raped him right there, and he didn't believe it. But now he's out of business, and his family and his livelihood is gone. Right? He needs to make money for his family, and he's wasted years of trying to build this business, and now he's lost everything. He's going to lose everything. So
here's a misunderstanding. He writes, people have moved on because they didn't get the show they were hoping for. Stock has found its way to more long-term holders. Well, okay, people can trade
there is
stock.
No more stock. There's only 300,000 shares in the company now, and my friend owns most of it.
And he says, anyway, most importantly, we have not done a toxic follow-on financing deal that others often do after reverse split. But you did a 500-for-1 reverse split. You let the criminals out of 99% of their money.
He converted the debt into equity, and he reversed it. That's what he did.
So you let the shorts off the hook.
He let them off the hook. My friend was a debt holder, and he said, this idiot's going to convert. And he said that, and now my friend's one of the biggest holders. My friend drove that stock up to 9. I don't know, have any idea where it is now. I have no idea. He's been buying it, my friend.
Well, see, he just doesn't understand. The doom and gloom predicted by the reverse split cynics has simply not occurred to vocal That is a fact. The stock is unchanged since January 24th.
There is no stock, zero. There's 300,000 shares in the whole company.
Don't believe the rumors. Believe in a company. Believe in a team. Stay united. He just doesn't understand what Jeff Easton did to him. He just doesn't understand.
Forget what Jeff Easton, what he did to us. My daughter sold her stock at a penny.
Yeah.
A penny.
Well, it's 0.003. Right now, it's 0.0033 if you adjust for the split.
We tried to believe, and he just destroyed it. He didn't believe. Listen, when you don't want to fight and you don't believe, that's what happens.
I think he is fighting, but he just can't make that distinction that he was taken advantage of by Lynn Partners.
He thinks Wall Street, right? He came from Wall Street. I believed him. He came from a big trading desk. He ran big trading desks, but I think he sat in the closet. He missed everything.
I wish I could get into Created. I follow him, but he doesn't follow me, so I can't send a text message. How to get a copy of his, because there's a news story.
I will hang up with you in 5 minutes, and I will call my buddy up, and I will get
Created. Oh, maybe I can get this news story. There, I can. Created Inc. announces plans to auction up to 35% stake in the flagship platform Vocal. So you're going to sell it at 0.00. But at least he's auctioning it outside of Jeff Easton's short seller clients. He's not doing it as a stock offering. That's a strategy.
So Jeff Easton should buy it and control it.
Wow.
With the money he stole from him, why not? You know?
This is the best strategic move for Created as we continue to navigate and adapt to the new capital market conditions. Our goal is to unlock the intrinsic value held by Created while simultaneously leveraging our equity to acquire minority interests in companies which are aligned with and complementary to Vocal and our other subsidiaries. That's very interesting. I mean, at least he's not selling more stock.
Listen, he said he's going to the FBI. Good for him. He wants to make a statement. Listen, that's a fighter that we need. Anybody
He is fighting. He just has this blind spot about Jeff Easton, but we all have our blind spots. I was in love with the same woman
William,
for a decade.
I'm gonna jump off for 20 minutes. Me and my son are gonna get lunch.
All right.
And I'll jump back on in 20 minutes. If you can stay alive until then, I'll be right back.
Well.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Call
All right.
ended.
I'll go down some of these questions, but I was going through, and I really think it's important to go through what the other side is going to say. Yeah, Thomas, thank you. Took me a while to find it, but they're only selling a third of it. 13 months for the Empire State Building. Imagine FINRA can't get its head out of its netherworld, and the Empire State Building was built in 13 months. Yeah, I don't agree with doing it, John. I hope they don't do it. Adam Aaron destroyed shareholder value. Yeah. While I'll try to go through this letter while we wait for Ham to rejoin us. But my working thesis that I keep hammering home is if you put money into MMTLP and you want to leave your ability either to get your money back or make a return on that money, you have a choice. You can leave it in the non-existent MMTLP, the canceled MMTLP, and you can count on Ann Wagman. You can count on Gary Gensler. You can count on high-priced lobbyists for the other side and see what you get, if anything ever. Or the doors on the bus, the doors on the airplane, the gate is wide open. You can transfer your MMTLP into a real asset, which, by the way, has value. It's a private company, but they're reporting everything other than the value of their results, which I think is strategic. When you're a growing E&P company and you're trying to define a new field, you do not, it's called tight holes. You do not release the news. And in this case, they're not producing the wells, partly for tax reasons, but I would submit also because in Texas, if you produce, it shows up on the Railroad Commission website. I don't know if you need a pass to get in there or not, but my friend at Netherlands Sewell, who just retired, he would always show me any well I wanted. He could go on and get all the data. You don't want that data. You don't want that data out there if Nextbridge is still negotiating to renew their leases, for example, which I think they are, still negotiating to add leases, negotiating to claim the workforce and the infrastructure needs like drills that may be in short supply, although I don't know if it is. Anyway, yeah, Sizu, that conforms with what Ham said. Anyway, let's try to get through this. This is the arguments from the other side that I think you're going to, if you end up holding MMTLP and everybody else is on the airline at 35,000 feet and you're down in the terminal arguing, you're going to be arguing against these arguments and you don't know. I'm just telling you, you don't know which one of these arguments or all of them are going to, if they're going to have an impact. And I understand this tort argument up here. I understand this tort argument, but you have to define the relief. You have to define what was the damage, what was the cost. And one simple argument I have, if you haven't made an effort to move your shares to Nextbridge, the other side's going to say, well, you never moved it. How do you know they couldn't have given it to you? How do you know they took your property? Now, Keith, that's separate than the argument that we should have been trading those 2 days. But that is a separate argument. Up here, Stoney is pointing out to everyone that he was in it for a trade. And then if you move over to Nextbridge, you're going to be FUX'd for over 15 years. Well, that's anger. I understand it. And I went through that for months. But if you move your shares to Nextbridge, you have a real asset. The 15 years are going to pass by anyway. And if you're in MMTLP because you're angry and you feel screwed, and therefore you don't want to go into an oil company, well, just keep, I don't think it's particularly rational, but it's a choice you're allowed to make. I just would rather keep something that is worthless as punishment to myself, and hopefully Congress, the SEC, or the lobbyists and the lawyers on the other side will be able to come to an agreement with the good guys, and I'll at least get my money back, or they will have a huge payout because it's a tort. They didn't let me trade for 2 days. But I don't know, Stoney. I think it's a huge, huge risk to own something that isn't anything. It's just a placeholder so that when the system comes up with a settlement arrangement, and I think it will be when, they know who to give it to. But how much is the question, and for how long do you have to wait? If you're in Nextbridge and Nextbridge moves with some alacrity in its development plan, and we can help them by giving them the share count, by definition, well, at least the real share count, they can make a distribution. You can get cash from operations. They don't owe it to the MMTLP people, but hey, I mean, it's everyone's personal decision. So anyway, Ham is great. Ham is great. He'll be back on. So going on with what the lobbyists are going to tell your representatives, short sellers are not required to cover a canceled security, whether voluntarily canceled or canceled by a bankruptcy court in other names. It just doesn't need to happen. Virtually no brokers and zero prime brokers will require it. So that's their goal. Their goal is to get that way in all stocks, and they do it across all stocks. So his takeaway is all of the pressure for a squeeze or a short covering rally had to have occurred before December 8th. He's wrong, because it could happen in the shortened settlement. But we could have sold before the 8th. That's true. Now, here I agree with him. This is what I think. Look, I don't agree with him for the 9th and the 12th, but I agree with him if there is 2 days trading, which a lot of the Twitter voices, the Twitterati are recommending to you on space calls. If for some reason it started to trade again, I agree with this point. I don't agree as it relates to the 9th and 12th. So he says, with no natural buyers of MMTLP on the 9th and the 12th, who would have bought an empty bag of ex-distribution shares? FINRA rightly stepped in to protect prospective buyers. This is a whole misrepresentation and a misdirection. It could have been done by Gary Gensler with his waving hands. Just short settle, and you get rid of that for the 9th and the 12th. But 2 day settlement in MMTLP, nothing's going to happen. 2 days trading, sorry. All right. So he's arguing FINRA did its job. That's what the lobbyists are going to argue. He's going to argue, and I know you weren't doing this, Stoney. I know you weren't. I wasn't. But he's going to argue that you wanted the ability to both strip 100% of MMTLP, the Nextbridge shares, and sell a worthless shell to a total chump. He's lying about that. That was not, but this is what they're going to put into the Congress, women and men. Okay, now this goes, I can't believe he can, this is puts out their strategy in every single stock that's trading. I think it's their strategy in Nextbridge if Nextbridge goes on blockchain. As to the assertion that shorts would have to cover because it's, quote, illegal to carry a short position into a private company, I have demonstrated, this is the author, already that they would have to have had covered by the, oh God, same argument over and over again. But it's just flat wrong. In other words, you can carry a short position into a private company. I don't know how. That's what scares me. If it trades on blockchain, they're going to create some sort of derivatives to carry this short position and destroy the per share value, just like they did in CRTD. Non-cash distributions are relatively common in capital markets. See how he's tricking you? Capital markets are public. Many short sellers would choose to cover to avoid the hassle of keeping a position on the books. But there is no law stating that a short seller has to cover in advance of a non-cash distribution. These are the arguments they're going to put into Ann Wagman's puny brain the size of half a hollowed out pea. They simply remain liable. And so their goal is to get that liability reduced and stretch it out in time. Securities lending arrangements. Now, this is scary. Security lending arrangements are also clear that if someone is long a security with an upcoming distribution, but the shares are on loan, they need to recall those shares to receive the form of an actual distribution. Well, you and I don't know that. We don't know that our broker-dealer lent out the shares. We don't know that. We didn't lend them out. So he's just putting responsibility on us for his colluding criminal actors. Otherwise, they being the person who lent the shares. Otherwise, they may simply have to wait, or they may have to accept a cash payment in lieu of a distribution. So if you hang on to your MMTLP, eventually the plane gets full, eventually the bus is full, you have to accept a cash distribution if there is one. And in fact, it may be argued after a point, in my opinion, that even if the bus isn't full, everyone that's at some arbitrary date, everybody that's not on the bus has to accept a cash payment. They're going to argue anything to keep their obligations small. And they have every smart attorney out there, except for Richard Hoffman and I guess Mark Bazile and Rosa, on their side. They simply remain liable. And then he puts out FINRA's fact sheet and he highlights the corporate action did not compel short positions to be closed. or extinguish any obligations associated with outstanding short positions. And anyway, then he quotes the small amount of naked shorts. And then the oft cited trope that many of you are hanging your hats on is that the daily short volume are evidence of massive short selling. They don't do it out in the open. They do it in the shadows. So then he's calling your attention to the feeble reporting that FINRA does, but he's not, they're doing it all hidden. I mean, it could make your head explode. But this is what they're going to argue to Congress. This is what they're going to argue in court. I'm skipping a bunch of pages. He's saddened, but he's also bemused to notice at least 2 lawsuits filed regarding MMTLP are using this misinterpretation of the FINRA daily short volume as foundational. Why doesn't FINRA give us the complete data? They have it because they're trying to confuse us. He goes on to talk about threshold securities. I'm going to skip all that. But then he says, a market maker could take a number of days to settle a failed trade, but failures to deliver are rectified within a short period of time. That's what the gentleman at the American Stock Exchange says. There's no evidence of it, but this is the argument they'll give. Than the fake QSIP nonsense. He is correct that the QSIPs you see now for MMTLP, it's not a security. So our situation stems from confusion as to from a lack of understanding about how securities are held and registered at brokerage firms. He's talking down to you. No, there's no confusion. You're stealing. Anyway, street name and etc. I've talked to you about that before. Now he throws you a bone. One thing I do believe that FINRA would have been well advised to announce the trading halt on September 6th when it approved the corporate action notice. Had it done so, it might have focused the minds of those who mistakenly thought they still had time to quote unquote get out or sell a worthless bag of crap to chumps and shorties. Had it done so, I believe the net result would have merely been increased incremental selling pressure on December 8th and a lower share price. These are the arguments they're going to make in court. They're going to make to Congress. In conclusion, if you feel that you have been done dirty, you really only have yourself to blame. And maybe you can blame some people who fed you misinformation. You will not get, quote unquote, 2 days back. I agree with that. You won't. So there's no reason to sit around in a worthless security called MMTLP waiting to get 2 days back. I agree with him. You will not get 2 seconds back. You have everything you are entitled to. And you know what he calls it? he's a complete jerk. He calls it a non-trading share of Nextbridge hydrocarbons, which I hope works out for you. Oh, he's being a jerk. But the fact is, a non-trading share of Nextbridge hydrocarbons is a blessing in disguise. They can't manipulate the price. They can't make it difficult for Greg McCabe to increase the value per share like they did in CRTD. The magic here is they're trapped too. Unless they go trading on blockchain, then I think they open Pandora's box. That's in my opinion. All the short covering that was required or desired was done on or before December 8th. And FINRA gets a solid B plus or A minus on how it handled the corporate action. Sincerely, Kubico. P.S. I never had any position whatsoever in MMTLP. Thanks for dropping in and giving us your benighted advice. And then he has don't listen to him paragraph. Anyway, I really think Stony Bones doesn't want to be in a private oil and gas company. It seems like I might be misinterpreting it. But this is what the street owed us. Yes, they should have given us the 2 days of trading. And I suppose we should have known there was a risk they'd halt trading. We didn't know that. In retrospect, that was a risk, and maybe we should have sold on the 7th or the 8th. But we didn't know that. But to be mad at the system and say, I refuse to tie my money up in a private company, well, then you're sitting in a canceled, non-existent placeholder called MMTLP. It might be the right decision, but I think it's highly unlikely. If the system finds out that these shares are worth $1,000 a share, they're going to come offer you $12 and see if you'll take it. And then they'll offer you 25, see if you'll take it. And they're all going to offer you 50 or 100. It's really unlikely they're going to come at full value when they try to settle with you. They're going to try to disparage your holdings. They're going to say that, oh yeah, that's just one engineering report. Oil prices could go down. And if the company ever starts trading, in my opinion, including on blockchain, they will create derivatives and they will crush the per share price, hoping that every effort Greg McCabe makes to increase the value of the Oro Grande on a per share basis is de minimis, and on a per share basis means you don't have a return, and on a per share basis helps them out. They admitted it. I read it to you. They feel like they don't have to cover in a canceled security. Let's get away from their criminal thinking. Let's get away from their manipulation. Let's stop listening to them. Let's own the real thing. And by the way, Stony, I'm pointing to you, but there's one other guy too. This is valuable. I know you don't want to wait, but this is valuable. I have a feeling Greg McCabe, who is not as old as I am, I don't think, but he's not a spring chicken either. I have a feeling he's going to want to have an exit, at least a partial exit, for his Nextbridge wealth. I have a feeling he's tied up a lot of his wealth in this company, but he's done it because he believes in what's there. Anyway, let's talk about something else. Deacon Blues. Yeah, exactly. I think I've said that before, but I didn't address that now. And I forgot about it anyway. Once the bus is full or the airline is full, airliner, they will probably just give a token, a $25 each, and say, sue us. I mean, they might say, all right, we're not going to give $100 cash. We will give you $100 of free fees in your brokerage account. They may say, we will give you 5 years of free annual fees in your account. I mean, I'm telling you, you're hoping to punch them in the gut. The court system, congressional system, it's all lawyers, lobbyists, they're all lawyers. They can come up with solutions that are non-cash or non-immediate cash that are going to disappoint you. Anyway, of course, it's all up to you. They are required to cover a deleted security. So he's lying. I would say that he's showing their strategy in public companies. Mark Bazile got a settlement for HPIL and VNUE against the Kramers. And what the Kramers had to give up, Kurt Kramer, he had to give up his warrants, and they had to regurgitate the shares they had at the transfer agent that hadn't yet been distributed. And they both signed a, hey, you're great, I'm great, let's move on release. And that was it. Well, the shorts continued to sell the stocks down. They were already seller boxed. They sold them even further. And on both stocks now, you can find a bid and ask, but you've got to really look for it. I don't think, Deacon, the criminals ever covered the short position. I don't think the prime brokers required it. So all the money they took out of HPIL and VNUE, they got to take out of the system and not pay taxes. There was no closing transaction. And the selling, they sold into existence, non-existent shares. And all Mark Bazile accomplished by settling is letting the criminals off the hook. But, when I asked him about that, in fairness to him, he answered on a space call. It wasn't his decision. It was the decision of the CEOs. And that's the problem. The CEOs are talking to their attorneys. They're talking to the lying, smiling faces of Kurt Kramer and his brother Seth. They're talking to maybe another advisor on their board that's there to work with the shorts. And no one points out that after they do this so-called settlement, the company's toast anyway. The shareholders are toast. This is a massive industrial scale stripping of wealth from not only American shareholders, American taxpayers, American cities, American states, American workers, American pension plans. And Ann Wagman couldn't give a crepe about it. They never cover. Exactly. They never cover. And they're caught here, but they want to bring that model into this private company. Yeah, they're required to do a lot of things they never do. That's the That's the rub. Jeremy, who appears to me to be an honest person, and maybe he's lying to himself about Jeff Easton, but he can't bring himself to accept how corrupt the U.S. financial markets are. As Patrick Byrne called it, it's a river of money. He didn't say this, I'm saying it. It corrupts SEC, it corrupts FINRA, it corrupts over-the-counter markets, it corrupts NASDAQ, it corrupts your broker dealers at some level. Probably not who you can even talk to on the phone. It corrupts the prime brokers. It sets up a whole system of racketeering, market makers, and these evil acting players. It corrupts Gibson Dunn. All of this, the whole video, everything I ever say live and on video is my opinion, my judgment, with the best knowledge and information that I have at my fingertips. Well, that's true. They never close because it would cause trouble with the prime brokers. But once you're down in that cesspool of seller box, like HNRVA or whatever it was, HRVA, that Lou put out there, oh, don't say anything bad, he's dead. Well, I think Lou would want you to know that medical company that he was saying could go to 3.003, it was 0.001 to 0.002. The market makers were making 100, if not 1,000% on their money, because it goes from no bid to having a bid at 0.002. I don't know how to calculate that. No bid to 200%. It's almost infinite. And we got suckered in. I bought 1 million shares of it, or 2 million shares. Burdock versus McCabe. Brent, I don't know. Yeah, email it to me. Email it to me at Farrand Balanced. I'd like to see it, because that was referenced. I don't know if you can read that, but if you send it to farrandbalanced at Gmail, farrandbalanced at Gmail, I'll pull it up, I'll read it. No news, Julius. No new news. Ham hit the AC. He's a comedian. He is pretty funny. Hey, Mark. Sharif says, woof, 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 woof. Lucky doesn't bark much anymore. Every now and then you hear, well, in the last 3 months, I've heard him bark once. But he has every now and then a little bit of a grumble. But he doesn't bark much anymore. But he's glad to see Sharif. What a cute boy Sharif is. Sheriff. FINRA tried to slip the word canceled into the S1, and metamaterials lawyers made it deleted. I kind of think that's a difference without a distinction. I guess deleted from the public markets, it could still exist, whereas canceled is pretty firm on saying it doesn't exist. Yeah, FINRA was definitely trying to let the shorts off the hook. Even though the other gentleman said, maybe this guy that I just read to you, Kabuki, he was saying that shorts do not have to covered cancel. I'm telling you, they have this whole strategy figured out from all angles. And the number one thing, I know Stony Bones doesn't want to get trapped for 15 years. I don't think it'll be 15 years, but it's such a blessing that there's no market for Nextbridge stock. As soon as there's a trading market for Nextbridge stock, they will set about destroying the per share value of the shares. And they will do it with strategies you can't even think about. And blockchain is not going to help it. You will have track of some shares traded on blockchain, but I don't think you'll have any idea of the derivative manipulation they'll do. And I can't figure it out. I was sitting over in the library and I came around a bit peckish, visurient. I'd like to buy some cheesy comestibles. I can't get the rhythm of it in my head. You do, in fact, have cheese. Yes, sir. Of course. We're a cheese shop. Well, you can't tell. You can't. It's very funny. Yeah, Ham gave good information on DJT press release. It might make sense to buy some calls, just cheapo calls. It's not easy being cheesy. Ham has great information about DJT. Well, what Ham has is he's done it so much. You know, I was talking to him about it earlier. It's great that all this proof is coming, but you can see it in the stock prices, you know. But lawyers and regulators want proof. Canceled mean they don't have to cover. Deacon Blues. Deleted means they need to. There you go. There you go. Canceled, they means they don't. And that's their goal to get it there. What if you have MMTLP and we're down the road and the lawyers successfully argue before Ann Wagman or before a judge? You know, Mr. Ferrand never requested his shares, so he abandoned his property. What if that gets in the record? And further, and I'm using canceled. Further, the MMTLP is now canceled. We don't owe anything to Mr. Ferrand. There's nothing wrong with gala luncheons, lad. Well, I've run out of things to talk about while Ham is sitting on his spotted behind. Couldn't care a tinker's cuss about the struggling young artists like myself. Do you intend to slaughter our tenants? Wow, what a lunch he's having. That makes me hungry. Let me see if I got that email. I got to find if my emails are open. Otherwise, I got to figure out how to open my emails. Here we go. Let me see if I got that. No, this is this is let's see. Is this 618? No, that's yesterday. Let's see if you can hear this.
Hang on, Alex. Hang on. Raise your hand if you want to jump in, please. Thank you. Oh yeah, I might have been roboting there. Yeah, thanks, Curtis. Thank you for saying that. I think that would help clear up a whole bunch of.
Let me see if I can get this speaker going. I don't know if I can. Maybe I can. No, it's not. I can't. I can't. I shan't be able to. So we'll just have to listen here.
People, not knowing that, because I think a lot of people might have thought that this is something that, like, you're doing. Like, I'm not saying doing it. I'm saying people might have thought that you're doing it just on your own without having consulted with people and this, that, and the other thing. So
I didn't ask, but I did consult other people. So I consulted the people that I trust and trust their judgment. They have relationships on multiple fronts: congressional, judicial, within company leadership, right? So I think it's been distributed to a wide range of those parties that have more power and authority than any of us as individual shareholders. And I think it will be leveraged appropriately. I meant it when I said I'm not going to sit on it either. And that, look, whatever leverage could be achieved by, I fully am of the belief that these 10 individuals, by the way, know who they are, and they know the firms, and their firms are aware of what I'm vaguely referencing, right? So we're talking a week since I've even alluded to this. So a week is more than ample time to get some traction and get leverage. Would it potentially change if we continue to hold? Sure, maybe, but whatever additional leverage would be applied privately, that has to either work now or the names will be released, because I'm also receiving probably intimidation is the right word. I won't call it threats, but I'm receiving intimidation from certain parties to release the data, not asking for the data, but just intimidating to get the data. And definitely don't appreciate that. But I certainly don't go and ask for anybody else's work and claim it as my own and try to intimidate people to turn over data. That's not how I've ever worked. But anyway, I'm exploring the strategy that I think is most effective, and part of that is, I said blatantly, 2 of the members are FINRA representatives, and I'll be releasing those here in just a few minutes. As soon as I'm done, I gotta wrap up work that I fell behind
Did
on
he
today.
release
So
the
as soon
2
as I wrap
FINRA?
up that,
Wow.
good to go.
Probably
We'll make it a fun
Robert
game
Cook.
for FINRA, just so they know that we're not messing around, and they know the names, and I don't even have to spell it all the way out there. Anybody like Wheel of Fortune? we'll play a little Wheel of Fortune game and see if you can guess who the members are.
Can I buy a vowel?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
An O?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, well,
I'm gonna turn this
we'll
off.
put it out there.
It only has 10 seconds more to go. Um, investors were not required to do anything. You're absolutely right. However, nothing happened. That shows that there's the problem. Now it's a year and a half later, almost a year and a third. And that because we weren't required to do anything, does that mean we shouldn't do anything? I don't know. I mean, it's one point of view, but the doors on the bus, the gate to the airplane are wide open. You can go get it done, and that's what I think you need to do. But you're right. They should have done it automatically. The fact that they haven't shows obviously that there's a massive problem. All right, I don't know if he's coming back on Kurds and Way. I can quickly, to the gentleman that asked me to talk a little bit, this small gold company, which could be huge. We're still raising the money, and we've gotten quite a bit in, but we haven't reached the maximum they'll be willing to accept in this sort of intermediate round. And on the larger round, we already have a firm indication for 2 million out of the 5 million from, and the gentleman the non-engineer who owns the most of the company and has brought in most of the money over the years, he told me 2 million is done. I don't know who it is, so there's only 3 million to go. So that's all great news. There you go. Deacon says it with the clarity and with the simplicity that I wish I could. Deacon hopes that everybody gets the same payout, Nextbridge shares and MMTLP. But Deacon is concerned that the fake shares, which are MMTLP, end up getting screwed. That's what I think. And that's what they're going to do. So Jeff, what were the names? Is one Jessica Hopper, and the other one is Yvonne Huber, and the other one is Robert Cook? I'm guessing. I don't know. Jack Space. I don't know what a Jack Space is. Is that a Twitter space led by Jack? Let me see if I follow a guy named Jack. I don't know if I do. Jack Daniel, Jack Smitty, Timothy Jack. Is it one of those? Oh, it's Chris Stone and Patricia Casamates. Patricia is a familiar name. Is that lawyer? Let me look in my pictures. Let me just first go to FINRA. I don't see her picture anymore. Oh, there's Stephanie Dumont. I talked about her, UVA. Vice President, Market Regulation and Transparency Services. Oversight of the securities markets through innovative automated surveillance. What does she do? She doesn't do anything. This there's a Holly Loken, Senior Vice President, Market Regulation. I don't see this woman that you're saying, Patricia Casamates, but it sounds so familiar. The woman from Goldman Sachs is not here anymore. Maybe she resigned. There are a lot of women. Human resources. If you don't know where to put women, put them in human resources. Yeah, the woman from, all I remember about the woman from Goldman Sachs that served here and served there, she was blonde and she was an attorney, but she's not here anymore. At least I can't find her. And I think it was FINRA, not NASDAQ. Yeah, it was FINRA. It was FINRA. She's gone. I did a video on her a while back. Stephanie Dumont. All right, here comes Han. Back to comedy jokes. All right, I got to get the speaker back up. You did. I'm not gonna, it makes me hungry.
Battery 70%. Connected to.
Okay, you're live. No, hang on. Oh, now you're live.
I'm sorry, everyone. I promised my son I'd take him to my friend's fried chicken store. It was delicious. I sent William a photo. Maybe he could put it up and show you how good it was. But I don't want to get him hungry. But we're back, ready to go. And any questions? Let's start off. Wait, what did I miss?
You didn't miss much. There's
Come on.
we talked about the difference between delete and canceled. There's there were no.
I know what to talk about. All right, I got it.
All right,
The other
talk.
day I posted about finger motion. We traded 530,000 shares, and I put up the time and sales, meaning all the transactions. And the only trades I see were 1 share, 12 shares, 10 shares, 15. I put it up. You could see it yourself. I'm like, where are these trades happening? And they're all happening in a dark pool. The dark pool trades are part of the actual total amount of shares, but I don't see them posted anywhere on the time and sales chart. All of a sudden, the volume goes from 418,000. I turn my head for a second with no trades. It's 438,000. I turn my head. It's 480,000. I'm like, where are these trades happening? And I don't see them anywhere. And those are dark pool trades. And that's the washing that we talk about. These guys are playing games, and it's easy to see. And William, a woman texted me, a friend of mine from Singapore. There was a gentleman on Twitter bashing me, calling me a piece of shit, that the stock isn't going up, and I don't know what I'm doing.
Was
And
that
I had
Lee
to say
Lee?
to her,
Was that Sing Sing? Lee Lee?
No,
Oh.
that was someone else. And I wrote back to her, says that, she knows me, and I said, it's obviously someone that's a basher or doesn't know anything about the equity markets. I cannot control the price movements. I'm reporting the crime. I report the crime. Stocks do not trade like what we see going on. And it's a shame because anyone who has a brain, even Jeremy Fomer is now, whatever his name is now saying exactly what we've been saying. It's a complete scam, the whole thing. The manipulation of the price. And the funny part about it is in finger motion, we're lucky enough that the company's fundamentals are now ahead of the stock price by at least a couple of bucks, maybe even more now. Because Benchmark has already told us that the company has a $5 target. Who's selling it at $260 and $270 the other day? So again, that is a Wall Street firm with an analyst who did a full report on it. And they haven't updated it yet, but they did a full report. It's not our report, not mine. And he said it was $5 with a chance to upgrade it. Well, the revenue in the company has been steadily growing, and the price keeps going down. What's going to make the price of the stock go up? Decreasing revenue? What do you like him to do? I don't get it. And that's what I'm trying to show people. And what happens when the price goes down, William? If he is a real investor, they get disgruntled. I get it. I'm disgruntled also, but I can't stop it. But we are trying everything. You blame management. How come they're not doing more? And I think management's done a lot. A, they're building a business, and B, they even threw the monkey wrench out there to do the dividend, which is not easy to get a company to believe in and give it a shot.
Right.
But we sold it as a very small dilution with a big probability that if you catch them, you can start the short squeeze. So if the short squeeze does happen and the stock was able to go to the moon, the company has that, what is that? What is that filing where they can raise money off of? What the hell is it called? An S3. They can take advantage and raise $300 million in a blur. Right? Imagine if the stock started to do like GameStop. At those big squeezes, your company could raise all types of money. And that's what I think caught their eye and said, how can we not take a shot? And that's the shot that I want DJT to do. Only I want them to be more creative and do something where you get the president of the United States giving out a limited edition to somebody.
So Ham, carry it. I'm just going to take a break quickly. One thing, when you're talking about these people attacking you and all that, I don't remember all these attacks being so intense. So maybe you're scoring, you know what I mean? But anyway, I'm going to take a quick break.
Go to the bathroom and I'll take it from here.
All right.
The attacks, they don't mean anything to me. I've had my battle scars. I know the battles. I know the battle plan. If you just go read the Bash's handbook, listen, I've lost a lot of money in stocks, not these stocks. I'm talking years ago. I didn't call the company up and yell. I didn't go on the Raging Bull and post the CEO's a scumbag or this or that or whatever. There's no reason to do it. You're the one that hits the button. You have to take control. And the one thing I tell everybody on these calls is the same thing. Education. If you want to buy a stock, it's on you. It's your education. Understand everything about what's going on. Watch the CEO's videos. William was nice enough to come to Atlantic City and videotape the CEO. I wasn't there with him. He did a one-on-one with him, and the video was posted. And William asked his questions. He didn't ask my questions. I'm still mad about that. But, my question was, how do the employees feel when they see their stock price, their financial future get pushed down over security fraud? Imagine being someone that actually is, let's say, working in China. That's got a big part in this company. I forget the lady's name, but she has a big stake in the company, is a big holder, and she keeps watching it deteriorate. And yet the company keeps getting bigger contracts, bigger partnerships, and they're never rewarded for what they do. That was my question for the CEO. William just happened to forget that question. But again, these are things that, what's the matter with you? You're back?
You're making fun of me for getting your question.
That's how I know you were back. I was trying to egg you on to get you to speak. No, but I had the question I wanted to ask about the morale of the employees when they see the stock price go down, when they have a better year, a better quarter, a better new deals. Nothing's rewarded. The company announced a deal on their new charger platform for the solar for the cars. They got 900,000 people on it already. No one cares about it. No big deal. They make money every time someone uses the app. No big deal. They rang the bell on the NASDAQ. A great accomplishment. People felt respected that they came here to see that. They spent a lot of money. Stock goes down. No one cares about anything. And I'm looking at it saying, this company's doing everything that I believe is right. And God forbid they make a mistake. What's going to happen if you make a mistake? They've been pushing it down already. Boeing's planes, the doors are falling off. They're falling out of the sky, and no one says boo about it. The stock is still $175. And Finger Motion's earnings are going up, partnerships, and yet their stock goes down. Don't get me wrong, Boeing's an important company. I got it. I'm just trying to show you that the equity market is completely upside down if things like this can continue to happen. And that's just how I feel about it. Nothing, William?
No, they gave some of the names out, the two names at the FINRA, Chris Stone and Patricia Casamates. Jack Smitty. All right, I'll look that up. Anyway, that's more MMTLP, not your.
Well, it's important for all of us. If they're criminals and they're covering up for the short sellers, they should be exposed.
Right. Release the Kraken.
These are the people that they believe were.
Apparently,
they're the ones that.
Yeah, those two at FINRA, but apparently there's higher ups at Fidelity, Lincoln, Robinhood, and others. And one of these women, Patricia, I think, is VP of Market Operations at FINRA. That's pretty major.
Well, just think about these are regular people that put the squash on the retail investor to protect the people that they're supposed to supervise. Think how crazy that is. And I keep showing everybody, I put it up there, 1988, it's been going on, you can't get any better than that. The cover of Forbes, they tell you right there. If Forbes knows about it, that means everybody knew about it back then. So again, for the people that are disgruntled, I got it. I can't help it. It's the system. All right. I love DJT. I don't own a share of it. I love ZJYL. I don't own a share of it. GDC, I'm involved in. Finger Motion, I'm involved in. GTI, I'm involved in. But I love different names because I can see the fraud clearly. I don't want to go through the whole list of them. I look at Kodak. I don't own it, but I believe it has a big potential one day. If they ever start covering the shares there, that could be a rocket. We know Tesla has 1 billion shares short. We know Kodak has 1 billion. I mean, they're all over the place. So do your own homework, find out what you like. And you know what? I think that the opportunity on these names, if you're right, will change your life. And you say, oh, you're full of shit. Well, GameStop went from 3 3/4 to 500. Then it went from 10 just recently to 80. Imagine buying, 10,000 shares at $10. You put up $100,000 or whatever, $15, and you sold it at $700,000 from 150,000. That'll change my life. You're not gonna buy a nice house in.
Won't
in
change
Florida,
your
a nice
wife,
flat
though.
house.
Won't change your
My
wife.
That ain't happening. That ain't happening. I don't have enough money to do that. But these are the type of things that you can go from, a zero to a hero on small money. Buying NVIDIA at $130 or $1,100, that's big money. You need, you'll put a lot of big money, you only get a small amount of shares. So if you can do your homework and figure out where it's going to be, I don't know the timing, but I do believe that Donald Trump, when he gets into office, thanks to Patrick Byrne, he will end it. He said it twice so far, right?
I don't have the money, but it would seem to me if you like DJT at whatever price it was last week, just, buy 3 calls tomorrow and see what happens. I don't have the money.
Well, listen, I believe Donald Trump has to do something before the election. I don't know how many days it's before the election now. It's got to be well below 100 days, trading days, that is. Take away the weekends. So that number is dropping quickly. And Mr. Trump has to make it happen before he's the president. He can't come in as the president and say, hey, fix naked short selling, especially DJT. So he's got to do it now.
Right.
So you got your timing, I believe, right there. And I'm just looking at it like anybody else would look at it. I have no information. I believe that's going to happen before the election for the reason I just described. Devin Nunes is putting out press releases. They're going to punish the shorts. They're calling for hearings. Something's got to give sooner or later.
Right.
Are they, I just don't. And if that's going to go, we're all going to go, because that means the end of naked short selling is coming. Because Donald Trump, the more noise that Devin Nunes makes, it's good for all of us.
Yeah.
We got the formula. We know how to torture them, and we will continue. And if GTI CEO believes, look at the little mess Richard Hoffman has started with GTI. He called them out, and they already returned 36 million shares already, right?
Yeah.
Imagine once he gets in there, he'll clean up shop, and they'll put a company in there. A gentleman that I had lunch with at the Capitol Grill texted me yesterday. He has a perfect company to put into GTI that has government contracts, and they're willing to sit down and talk with them once the other CEO is gone. That's another deal. I mean, so there's opportunities here, but I don't control any of it. These things have to, once he's gone and there's management in there that we can trust, then we can show them the deals and get something across the finish line for everybody. But it looks like management's starting to bend a little bit. I think Richard has shot a couple of rounds above their heads, and I think they're ducking now.
He's good.
No, he's great. People don't understand it. This man came from nowhere.
Great. He's not.
He came from nowhere. He's educated himself. I have conversations with him about it all the time.
He's trying to right a wrong.
He is, and he's given us his time, his passion. He learned it. He educated himself like Kristen has done. She understands it. She's making a lot of headway herself. She tells me there's a lot of really important people that are reading her stuff. So, I mean, I don't know all the names, but she says there's very interesting people reading her stuff. She has the respect as a journalist. I get the respect of a circus clown, so I'm a little different. And that's why people don't read.
Needs to.
William always says that.
Yeah.
William always says I write like was it Hemingway? What do I do? I forgot what you said.
You write like Hemingway.
I just pound the keys and whatever.
You leave out the verbs.
And that's the difference. And I apologize, but I just tell you what I see. I call it like an umpire, and it's completely fraudulent stuff. And the crooks are falling one by one. The DOJ's got to come behind the SEC and start locking them up. Just throw Savvy Management, that fat fuck in jail with this condo on Fisher Island. $10 million condo that guy has from naked short selling. 10 million. I've been in the same house for 35 years. I don't think it's worth 1 million.
If you had bought the house closer to the water,
I'd be underwater. But I'm just saying that crime does pay. The SEC allows it to happen. Just think that should be their motto. We at the SEC will tell you crime does pay. You know, I may put that out. I may get that done today and put that out. Crime does pay. The SEC turns the other way, looks the other way. It's just remarkable. If they would just tell us it's okay, why don't we all go do it? The DOJ is not locking them up. These guys are so easy to lock up. They're just stealing everybody's money.
yeah.
It's not like they even hide it. If you just go read Savvy Management's is SEC official what do you call it? The crime report, whatever you call it. It says Savvy Management. They called in a naked short selling scheme, caught in a naked short selling scheme. A scheme, it needs to steal, it's a rob. I mean, what else? That's the definition of a scheme, the defraud. And they just charged them $2 million and forgot about it. Where's the DOJ? Andrew Left has murdered more companies and couldn't give a rat's ass. Capybara, they did the same thing. Hindenburg, all of them. They wrote reports. Jim Chanos, the superstar, short seller. He wrote fake reports. Go look at DaVita, DVA. Dog Victor Apple, hit Chanos, DaVita. He called it an insurance fraud. The stock went from 59 to 52. And I said to myself, and I believe I posted it, that either it's going to be a 0 or 125 because this guy is complete garbage. It went to 125. He never said another word again. Chanos is now retarded. He's gone. And that was going after a Warren Buffett company, Dog Victor Apple. Warren Buffett owns, I think, 60% of the company. He went after him. And that company made kidney dialysis machines, I think. I mean, just look at I can talk about this all day long.
Yes, you can.
And they don't do anything about it. And if no one's going to do anything about it, why don't I go out there and start stealing? Sounds like fun. Hey, what'd you do today? I stole $1 million. Anybody say anything? Nah, no one cares. I gave 200,000 tips and done, and they'll protect me. Okay, so we made $1 million. I keep 8, you keep 2. I'm good.
Yeah.
That's what's going on. And now you have the regulators protecting the crooks on top of it. So you have the lawyers, the regulators, and the regulators, I don't think they're going to get money under the table, but they're doing it because their superiors are saying, don't expose this problem.
There's the revolving door at a minimum.
Right. The regulators, I believe, are just doing it. They're doing it because their superiors are telling them, hey, don't uncover this thing. It'll hurt us all. So if those people got busted by MMTLP people, which I hope they did, I'm sure that's going to lead its way to the people above them. And for anybody who wants a brain teaser, get a class A, break it up into an A and a B, and then you go back to, the only way to convert it would be back into a class A. That'll get you back to 99.9%. And it's another way to expose the shorts. I'll post the details on it when I get all the gory details about it. I'm just trying to think ahead. That's all. And since we do have a lot of smart people paying attention now, I thought it'd be nice you all hear it before anybody ever does it. And that could be something maybe Donald Trump's company could do. I want to walk in with the details from a major law firm and say, here's the blueprint, do this. And when it doesn't work, they'll put me in jail forever. What else, William?
I don't know. A lot of
The college baseball game begins in 5 minutes. Florida State against Tennessee. We got robbed the other night. This is our last chance.
to get his daughter in a fine romance.
For those who follow baseball, college baseball has been excellent. The College World Series has been excellent. Soon they'll be down to 2 teams, and that'll be the end of it. And then college football's next up, William.
Swell.
So I need to stop this nonsense before college football season because I don't want to do it anymore. For those of you who think I want to do this forever, you're out of your bird. So people yell at me. I've been here 2 years. I don't want to throw it in your face. I've been here 24. You get down about it, you know, you have your up days, but you get down about it. But you know what? I feel good about what I'm trying to do. And I feel that I'm on this earth for one reason, is to get it done. And to hit people with pickleballs. I have a new meaning in life. That's it, William? Come on.
I don't have anything really to.
All right, so then I'll just, so we're ready to go for Monday. Monday, tomorrow. We'll hopefully get great news out of MMTLP, exposing more fraud. It's just what we need, some more fraud on the table. But hopefully we can get that out, understand. It sounds like there's going to be a couple of twists and turns here, so we'll have to figure it out. But once we get the story down straight, we can all work together and try to get it to regulators and other people, the newspapers, to uncover it.
Right.
You know what's going on many, many years. It destroys jobs. It destroys everything. It just destroys. It's like they're like locusts. They just destroy everything in their way.
They're going to have a Little League World Series. Wow. Anyway, it's 3:28. I think we should just.
The market is closed. I think everyone should go enjoy the
We
rest
should
of it.
just call it short here.
Questions,
Yeah.
If you have any questions, please post them. We try to get back to you. Let's look forward to MMTLP. Think about what these people are trying to do. They're trying to save their own ass and get their money back. That's all they want, answers and get their money back.
Right.
And now they want to be paid for it because they know it's all fraud, which I agree with them. So let's hope they can do it, get that ball going, because it all helps everybody. So stand behind them, support them, and good luck to everybody here. All right, William, we'll speak to you tomorrow.
Thank you, Ham.
Thank
you.
Call ended.
So anyway, I know we want the aggregated share count. I know we want that. But one thing we can do by moving our shares is give Greg McCabe the real account of 165,400,000 shares. That is a massive number. If he could go into Congress with that number, he can really negotiate. That's my opinion. My MMTLP shares. Well, mine were E-Trade. I wasn't at Fidelity, but I had an IRA and a regular account. I had to call in. I just called in to my special team that they assign, whatever. When you call in, they assign you to your team, whatever it is. And you just ask them, I'd like to transfer my shares to AST. And I think it's called Equinity. They know. And they'll get it. They'll get the motion started. You may have to follow up 2 or 3 times. It'll take 6 weeks from the time they initiated it, but it'll happen. It'll probably cost you $60. which I personally think is reasonable because they're using 2 FedExes. And I thought it was worth it. But if you can't afford it, tell them that you can't and that you expect them to do it without charge and see what happens. Maybe put that in writing. If you are in a 401k account, I would explore, I don't know how many shares you have. I would explore, there's other companies out there, but this one was mentioned on a space call. I'm not recommending the company, but there's a company called Advanta, Advanta. I think it's out of Chicago. And you can set up an account with them, Advanta. It costs money. It costs an annual amount, but you can move your shares into a truly self-managed 401k account, and maybe you don't have to take it out of your 401k. I would look into that. There are alternatives where you can have your shares assigned to it through a different custodialship. It'll say Advanta for the further benefit of Bunny Chico. Unlike your Fidelity account. Now, Fidelity is one of the companies that is in serious trouble. The other thing you can do is just move it out of your 401k to your regular account if you have one at Fidelity. My understanding is Fidelity is really putting roadblocks on moving shares. So I don't know. I don't want to alarm you, but it may already be too late to move your shares out of Fidelity. I'm not telling you don't try. Go try. Go try. It is one of the best days in the market for retail. $6,000 is a lot. That's more than I own altogether. But and I hope you paid less than I paid for mine. But it's definitely worth trying to protect. Somebody told me Advanta charges $200 a year, so that's a cost. But I would feel so much better having it out of Fidelity than I would otherwise. I mean, 6,000 shares, Bunny, could be worth $600,000. And I think that's the low end. I think that's the low end. The thing is with with Nextbridge, what you try to do is extrapolate. You've got to calculate. They have to set about drilling wells. They have to prove up these reserves. So that's going to take time. That's life in an oil and gas company. 6 months, 18 months, 2 years, 24 months. It's going to take time. But as they prove it up, and based on information that they've already released and Torchlight put out there, you can make some assumptions about what they have that are reasonable. And I did it on the low end. And frankly, I think the number is probably much higher than $100 a share once we get there. As long as Nextbridge never trades, I'm telling you, if they do a deal with the criminals and the criminals get in there and the criminals don't quit, they just keep working. But I really think your investment is worth a lot of money, or should be worth a lot of money. Watch out for that AC unit. So I think the best thing to do about getting a share count is move our shares. I looked it up. I couldn't find it, but others might be able to find it, Lynn. Let me just show you if I can find this. It probably probably takes too long. I'll quickly show you. Yeah, I can't do it. I'll have to do it tomorrow. Anyway, I'm gonna sign out, and it's spinning, so I don't know if you're even hearing me. I'm gonna sign off and wish everybody happy Juneteenth, and I hope you stay cool. And we'll get back together tomorrow. So, all my best to each of you. I strongly recommend moving. What's this? Can I transfer if you live in Canada? You know, I don't know why you're asking the question unless there's a problem. I would say, you know, there's transfer agents in Canada out of Toronto, the biggest one, CompuServe, who deal in Canadian and American, US shares. I think you can, but I don't know. I guess you're going to have to call AST. I can give you the phone number. Nextbridge Public is the phone number of AST. I can give it to you. We've just got to go through a dozen news releases. Here we go. It's called Equinity. Let me highlight it so you see it. But they are based out in Newark, New Jersey, which I don't know. But anyway, there's Equinity call center, 1-800-937-5449. 1-800-937-5449. 1-800-937-5449. Find out. And then what's the second? What proof is there that if this gets settled, I can sell my shares? Look, everyone wants a resolution or a settlement. I don't think that's coming anytime soon. Even if Curtis is capable of causing a set-to between Congress, the regulators, and ourselves, I mean, you got to think it through. What lawyer do you know in any major situation in your life other than settling on your house? And then I learned they got title insurance. It doesn't really mean anything. They just agree not really to look at it. I had a guy, Dartmouth grad, Merrill Lynch alum, wealthy. He and the general contractor I hired, they fraudulently and illegally and against the law, they created a title to a property and submitted it at the courthouse without my approval. I was the LLC. I was the only signatory, and I had to fight it, and I won, but it was a big drawn out thing, and it is a significant reason why I couldn't. I mean, frankly, it's probably the biggest reason why I couldn't do something else that was very important to me and cost me massively. But they stole that, and ultimately, I forgot the settlement. It's not big, I guess, 150 grand, which had to net out legal fees. But had I had that, life would be different. But they stole that. They were thieves. But I found out that title insurance doesn't mean anything. They all agree that, well, we'll just quickly pay that fee, and it doesn't protect you against that. You have to have enough money to pay for it. I mean, everything's set up against the common person. But anyway, so your question is, how is there proof that you can sell your shares? You're not going to be able to sell your shares. Ever. You can't sell MMTLP. You can't sell Nextbridge. I hope Nextbridge never trades, including on blockchain. Never. Or at least it doesn't trade until they eradicate the short counterfeit position. I think the most likely exit, the most likely liquidity you're going to get is if you own Nextbridge at some point from operations, a trade of a lease, a trade of a well, cash flow from sales of oil, you're likely to get a dividend. That'll make you happy. But if you have MMTLP, you won't get it. The other thing is Nextbridge could do a JV, a joint venture partnership. I would guess that the joint venture partner who will win the contract will be one that's willing to put cash up front, which could be distributed, or some of it. I think it's far more likely that you're going to get some sort of distribution from owning the real shares. Of Nextbridge, the real shares of Nextbridge. You're going to get something out of that sooner than you will out of a lawsuit, out of anything in front of Congress, particularly if it gets ramped up so much so that people's careers are on the line and jail time is there. I think you're talking a minimum of 18 months to 3 years of legal back and forth. Don't sit on your thumbs. The time's going to go by anyway. And as soon as the door closes on the aircraft and the gate pulls away and it goes, ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain. The air is clear from here to Phoenix. I've been notified we're third in line for takeoff. So we appreciate that you're riding with us at Nextbridge Air. And I hate it, but just sit back and relax and enjoy your flight with us. By the time you land in Phoenix, she'll be rising and she'll see the note I left on the door. By the time we land in Phoenix, your share value will be cleared to you, while everyone else left in the gate looking for a flight is going to be stuck with 3 years of legal wrangling that they can't afford. So you're not going to be able to sell, and that shouldn't be your goal, AP. I don't think that should be your goal. I do think that it's possible that your broker dealer at some point will call and ask you if you will sell your shares to them just to settle the problem. As long as you own Nextbridge, you own something real. As long as you own MMTLP, I think there's going to be a two-tier price system. Hopefully not, but it's likely. But I don't think that should be your goal. I just want to sell. That was taken away from us. But anyway, if it is your goal, it is your goal. I would like to show you that Nextbridge Hydrocarbons is a valuable oil and gas exploration and production company. And it's early stage, even though it's been around for 15 years, the asset. I think it's the wrong time to sell. But anyway, I'll save that for a different video. But there's no proof that you can sell MMTLP right now. And if it gets settled, I might guess it'll be settled across a conference table. And you'll have to sign a release, and you may not be in control of what price you get. And you might have to wait 3 years. I don't know. Maybe it speeds up and it's done very quickly. It'll be unique. Legal systems don't go that quickly. But if you own AST, you could get a dividend that pays you more than 12. The first dividend distribution could be more than what you paid for the shares of stock. Or they announce they're going to pay a quarterly distribution that after a handful of quarters, you get more than you paid for the stock. And then you're still in it. I really don't understand. I understand being upset. I understand being pissed off. I understand I want to make something happen. But yesterday is gone in the sense that we didn't get the trading. The only value left now for those 2 days of trading we didn't get is whatever they figure out in Congress or in the court of law. And that's going to be, even if Curtis causes a great ruckus, we've got the August recess for Congress. We got an election in November. You've got a presidential election. So Gary Gensler is probably going to go for Secretary of the Treasury. I just don't see it. If you're mad about what the system did to us, yes, that's one issue. If your goal is to get your money back, but maybe get it back as an investment return, the clear answer is to move to Nextbridge. But anyway, AP, call AST or Equinity. It's on the Nextbridge website. And maybe, I don't know the answer about what you do if you're in Canada. You should certainly register. If they say no, you can't, you should make it clear to the company that you tried and you'd like to be included in any future payouts. Well, Matthew, right now, Morgan Stanley is doing it. E-Trade is doing it. The two companies I've heard are in trouble are Schwab, and I think that's probably because of Ameritrade, and Fidelity. So what you're trying to do is find a brokerage firm who still has this omnibus block of street name shares that they haven't. It's like a big block. It's a big wheel of cheese. You're hoping there's still some cheese on there. Or when you go to a brunch and they have this big blob of roast beef, they keep cutting it, and they seem to be able to cut it forever. you're hoping to find a brokerage firm that still has shares they can shave off a piece for you. I don't know if Schwab is finished, but I do know that E-Trade, at least as of all I guess I can really speak for is me. As of March 28th, they still had shares. I think they still do have shares, E-Trade. And you should be able to transfer your account very quickly. Now, they may say to you, well, you just transferred your account in, and we're only reserving those shares for people who were here when the trade happened. I can't predict that. But if Schwab won't let you transfer your 1,000 shares, I would try to register your situation directly with Nextbridge. And there's a website where you can send an email. Yeah, you're welcome, AP. I don't know if I came across as annoyed. I didn't mean to be annoyed at all. I get frustrated talking about it sometimes. There you go. Joshua was able to do it, Matthews. He traded 10,000 shares from Schwab to Equinity. It cost $80. Now, I'll just tell you, in my opinion, that $10,000 in a conservative case, and it's just one of many calculations I made, but you kind of have to say, okay, if Nextbridge is successful over the next 2 years approximately, if I bring that success back to today and I discount it, I cut it in half, cut it in a quarter, and I use the lowest valuations, what could I assume it's worth today? But the key is if it's successful as it goes forward. It's a tricky way to come up with a valuation, but I mean, Joshua, I think your 10,000 shares could be worth $1 million. Is it worth $80 to get it done? And by the way, it could be worth many multiples of $1 million. I think it's worth the effort to move. And then is your MMTLP in front of Congress for 10,000 shares? Is it worth $1 million? Is Ann Wagner going to say, or Maxine Waters going to say, Joshua deserves $1 million from my campaign contributors? I don't know. That adds a layer of risk that no one can predict. Well, and that's true, Deacon. The most likely acquisition, because I think if this truly is the largest new field discovery onshore, it's going to take a big company to buy it or joint venture. It might take a joint venture between two companies to buy it, but you might be limited to an Exxon who's next door. They just bought Pioneer, or a Chevron, or a trying to think. I mean, maybe I'm trying to Rosneft, whatever the Russian company is, or Sinopec, a Chinese oil company, to come in and buy it. AP, it sounds like years before I can get money out in 1 year. No, if you're in MMTLP, I think it's going to take years. Let me be clear what I think about Nextbridge. If you get your shares into Nextbridge, I think you could, if you help Greg McCabe clear up, now they're going to try to flood him with lawsuits, make it difficult for him to raise money. They're going to make his path hard. They want to bankrupt the company. They want to make the company lose its leases. That's what your friends on Twitter want. That's who they represent. But if we help Greg McCabe get his share count, and if he gets these 5 wells drilled and maybe 5 more next year, maybe 10 next year, he can start producing. And who knows? Who knows? He may be able to negotiate a global settlement amongst all parties. He might. But what I'm trying to tell you, AP, if you allow him to get moving forward, get out of limbo, he may be able to have success in southern Louisiana. Somebody else drills one of those wells. And all of a sudden, he finds out, I'm making it up because I don't know, but he may have $250 million worth of oil present value to his interest, and he may be able to sell that. He can distribute $1 to each person. That doesn't sound like a big number, but it could be bigger. I mean, I don't know. Anything can happen in those deep wells, by the way. They can be massive. He could sell some of his non-core assets later after he starts proving this up. He could raise money. He could raise $100 million and decide to distribute half of it. You don't know. You don't know. Remember, his wealth is alongside your wealth. He has put probably more money than he ever wanted to put in here. I don't know. I don't know how rich he is. But he's driven by the same idea of creating liquidity one time, but also creating liquidity monthly or quarterly. And AP, if you get into this, I don't think you have to wait years. I don't think you have to wait years. But maybe you have to. I tell you what, in my judgment, if you stay in MMTLP, not only will you have to wait years, you might not get very much. You're going to go, what? I get a coupon for a 5-week cruise on Carnival Lines. I mean, a 5-day cruise on Carnival Lines. And I get a discount on all the clothing I can buy, 10% discount on all the clothing I can buy at TJ Maxx. I don't know. I'm making it up. The settlement might really disappoint you. Scottsdale. That's right. I forgot. You're a Hurry. Are you from the Hurry arm of the Hurry side of the family? I know. I know. I was too. Frankly, if it really worked, I wanted to buy my house back, but that I don't have enough shares. I wanted to buy silver and I wanted to buy Finger. And I wanted to buy this little gold company that some of you are investing in. I wanted to make a significant purchase of that. There's a private company that they've raised their money now, but I wanted to invest in that. Anyway, so I know what you're talking about. You're talking about opportunity cost. But boys, you're going to rue, in my opinion, you're going to rue the cost of the high level of opportunity cost if you're sitting in MMTLP once they pull the gate back from the airplane. I know. They do not allow the transfer of the shares. And I think that's to protect you, to protect the value. The criminals will come any way they can. Their whole goal is to dilute the per share value to next to nothing. But I wonder, AP, if after Greg McCabe, gets it under control. I've already suggested this on a video I did, but I believe Greg should not go on blockchain, should never go on NASDAQ or the New York Stock Exchange until he's huge. But in the meantime, I think maybe Nextbridge could make its own market in its own shares and not do it for greed, just do it as an accommodation. Obviously, it's got to pay for itself, pay for the department, probably pay for people they hire. But maybe Nextbridge could enter into a program. I would if I were Nextbridge. I don't, by the way, I don't think I'd start at the highest price either. I would just try to do better than the system. But if I had 165,400,000 shares of real shares out to shareholders, and I knew that 15% were disgruntled and they just wanted to put their money elsewhere, I would make an offering. I would say kind of a Dutch auction, a reverse Dutch auction. I would say, instead of raising money, I would announce it to everybody, and I would say Nextbridge is willing to buy back $25 million of its real shares. We're going to do it through AST, or maybe internally, maybe through a law firm down in Texas or something. But we'll do it. We'll start our buyback at $5 a share. And if that doesn't, maybe there's only 500,000 of people that are willing to do it. That will keep you the audience can submit your prices, your shareholders. So you submit whatever prices you want that you're willing to sell your shares for. And we've got 25 million we're going to buy. We're going to start at the lowest prices first. And as those prices clear away, we'll keep going up the ladder. It's going to be audited. It's going to be secret but it's going to be third-party audit, third-party eyeballs. We'll publish the results, except for the names, unless you want us to publish your name. And we'll climb the ladder that way. So AP, I believe Nextbridge, right now, we have Greg McCabe frozen because that's where the criminals want him. He can't do anything. But if we can help him by getting our shares over to Nextbridge, so he knows who the shareholders are, he can go out when he has a liquidity event, rather than making a distribution to everybody, he can buy back those shares. Not all of them. Like I just said, we have $25 million. We're going to buy back, what would that be? Well, I don't know. I don't know the value of their market cap, but we're willing to buy back as many shares as we can. Those of you who want to sell, give us the lowest number you're willing to accept, and we'll start buying lowest number first. And when we run out of money, we're done for that one, and we'll try to do it next quarter again. And AP, he doesn't have any optionality. He can't do anything to help us because we're leaving him in limbo, where the people on Twitter are telling everybody there's going to be a lawsuit, it's going to be trading. blockchain is going to solve everything. They're trying everything so he can't move forward. Help him help you. Anyway, I don't think you're going to have to wait very long. If I were running Nextbridge, or if I were running GTII, those are things you would do to bring shares. For example, AP, if he were able to buy, let's say, 1 million shares at a net of a blended price of $25, he'd spend $25 million. Well, he could put that million shares in his treasury, and then he could do an offering, maybe not right away, but he could do an offering in 9 months based on a reserve engineering report at $100 a share and bring in $100 million. Public, not public, I mean public in the sense out to everybody, but a private company, bring in $100 million without diluting anybody. That's the kind of thing you can do. But we're sitting here, we're asking him to have a foot in the rowboat and a foot in the modern tender and get to the yacht. And the waves are going, and I mean, we can leave him in the rowboat and go nowhere, the MMTLP, or tell him get over into the motorboat that has high speed and get out to the yacht, and let's go out to the island and have some fun. I saw Hurry at AG's. Yeah, let's have coffee, and that's fine. If you're in Canada, I might be up there. Sorry, I have allergies. Would it be possible for someone to sell shares? I really put that out there to a couple of attorneys. Colby, I think it would be a genius move if an attorney could create a purchase and sale agreement which could be notarized and recorded at your local courthouse. The problem is it's really expensive. There's no foolproof way. For example, Colby, if you were to buy my shares and I'd say I'll sell them to you at $25, a low number, and you wired the money to me, I gave you a contract, and then Nextbridge got, let's just make it up, Nextbridge got purchased in a year and a half by Total for $2,500 a share. I'm going to say to you, I don't honor that agreement. You didn't record it at the courthouse. I'm going to hire an attorney to drill holes through it. It's risky. And right now, the company will not allow for the transfer of shares to another name unless you died or you're incompetent. I mean, for example, if you're incompetent to stand trial, you're probably incompetent to be president of the United States. Oh no, that's a different argument. So right now, Colby, it's highly unlikely. I mean, there must be a way, maybe to set up a fund and use an attorney like Richard Hoffman and get a bunch of buyers together and maybe buy and do it all inside of one structure so that it wouldn't be multiple problems once the company did well. I'll call Richard and ask him. And Ace, don't go stealing my moves. No, but look, let me just tell you a secret out there. It's on when you invest in an investment, it's on you. The company does not look to find out whether you're accredited or not. It's your assessment. Now, I told you that companies can have 35 investors who are less than 36 who are non-accredited. But you decided that you would push that to the company. That's fine. That's fine. And then they asked an attorney. What do attorneys do? Attorneys say no because they see risk. They see you as saying, hey, give me permission to do this. And if it doesn't work, I'm going to come back and sue you because I'm non-accredited. That's what they see. But that's something that you kind of pushed it on yourself. And I regret it because I really think based on your financials, you're more qualified than most accredited investors. You have a pristine balance sheet. You have a great portfolio. You have lots of cash. You're doing great. It's a perfect investment. And by the way, I need to go. I've got about 20 people. I've got to see if they are serious in their interest, and then we have to close it down. But this investment, this little gold company, has the potential to give rates of return like the squeezes, and the shorts can't do anything about it. And it's going to be, I'm very excited about it. I'm an investor in it, and I think it's one of the greatest opportunities there. That doesn't mean it doesn't have risk, but the upside in just for my small position, which by the way, for the amount of money you told me you want to invest, you can own more than what I spent $250,000, if not $300,000 on acquiring for myself. Do you realize that? For the amount that you're suggesting to invest, you can own more than I put $350,000 in. I really think I may have spent as high as 400,000, and I know that's a wide range. I can recreate in my head what I paid for each offering. I can tell you how much I paid for stock in the open market when it traded. But what's hard for me is to remember a dozen transactions 10 years ago, 13 years ago. So I'm sorry for the wide range. I start out by saying it was $250,000 because I don't want to hurt my own psyche and realize that I put so much more in it. But I'm telling you, I didn't bring you this offering to take advantage of you. Yes, there are risks in it. But the reason that I put it out there is that, let's pick a number. Based on the deal I negotiated, by the way, for you and for other investors. It's only a small offering. $12,500 $12,500 now buys more than let's just call it 300,000, a third of it, let's call it 333,000, in between 250 and 400. I paid a third of $1,000,000 to buy the same number of shares you can buy now for 12,500. And the company has they've solved the problem. All they want to do is go into production, prove it, and sell themselves. So you don't have to wait long. Let's call it 9 months. Maybe it's a year. That's the one. There's two risks in the gold company. One is, for some reason, the process they have won't scale up. Well, I asked that question more than once. 10 years ago, they used a process, and I'm not a metallurgist, but it's chemistry. They used a process that was based on attraction. Barrick Gold and Newmont Mining in the Carlin Trend in the 60s, Newmont Mining, they had one metallurgist geologist called Dr. Bill Gill. And if I'm not mistaken, that same guy either went to or was a professor at my college. I know him from oil and gas, but it might be a different guy. Anyway, he was working for now I'm forgetting the name. Newmont. There's so many names. And he found the Carlin Trend. It's called invisible gold. And because it's so small, you can't see it with your eye. It's in the sand. Well, the guys at Newmont said that. So he pushed forward with the testing. I think he even spent some money he wasn't supposed to, but he pushed it forward and the testing worked. And now Newmont went from being a penny stock to being one of the largest gold companies out there. And Newmont and Barrick both together in Nevada. Nevada is the largest state for gold production. Newmont and Barrick produce out of something they called Gold Strike, Nevada. They produce gold in these huge autoclaves, pressure cookers, and they produce gold that out of the sand that has 0.03 ounces of gold per ton of sand. And this is one of their most productive, and it is one of the Carlin Trend is one of the richest gold producers in North America. Well, right across the state, right very close, and I sent you a picture of it. Right close to it is this volcano. It's a caldera, and it's sand, and it's the same invisible gold. It has one variable. The variable that's different is that these particles were created I'm trying to find the research so I can read a couple things to you. These particles were created in the heat both of a volcano, but then in the heat of the desert over eons. So these invisible particles, nano gold, the main difference between the Carlin trend, and I'm not a scientist, so I'm using my understanding to tell you. There's the caldera right there. There's the caldera. Right above here is 200 million ounces of silver, and then the Carlin trend is right over here. The one thing is that the particles of gold are covered with their refractory gold. They have a coating. They have a coating, a hard coating. It's like an M&M or a golf ball. You've got to get rid of the coating to get into the inside of it. So about 15 years ago, they put this project together. They came up with a methodology in the trying to find this research. They came up with a methodology that worked in the laboratory, and it was based on chemistry. If you remember, the one metallurgist was shocked that I remembered the term. But when you were in chemistry or physics, there's this concept of valences. The idea of positive charge and negative charge. If you have a beaker of this gold particles, if you have it in solution, they're going to float around. They're not going to settle to the bottom as if you were a miner for gold and you're shaking it, because the particles don't react to gravity. They react to positive and negative charges if you're using chemistry. So I don't know, 10 years ago, I'm trying to, well, I can read it to you. I can read it to you in the words of the metallurgist. The company discovered 6.6 million ounces of gold in this basin in 2009/2010. They used a third party to drill up 174 million tons. Third party, down to 200 feet. They used caustic fusion, which is similar to what Barrick and Newmont, for simplicity, are using. They got 0.038 ounces per ton. 0.038 ounces per ton on 174 million tons. Now, they did go ahead and drilled several holes deeper, and I guess it's called sonic drill holes, to 400 feet. Well, they found the same sand down there, but the resource base is down to 200 feet. The project, just to know, there's a north zone and a south zone. There's a bunch in between, and there's a bunch tall sides in the caldera that they haven't drilled yet, but it's all the same material. So part of the use of proceeds is to drill down to 400 feet, maybe down to 600 feet in these two zones, which would triple the resource, by the way, and to drill between it and around it, which could more than double, more than triple the resource. They have a massive amount of this sand to process. They can't do it in our lifetimes. It is gigantic. But anyway, let's just call that 15 years ago, by caustic fusion assay, they got 0.038 ounces of gold per ton. 0.038. Remember, Barrick and Newmont are basically getting 0.03, and that's profitable on a massive scale. Well, anyway, back then, they came up with this process that was able to get more gold out per ton. It was chemistry. It worked over and 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 over. I think it was hundreds of tests in the lab. They raised $70 million to buy the project. They had to buy the project. Then they built the pilot plant, and they did this third-party analysis. $70 million. They built it up, and what happened is that when they built it to a larger scale, they took the lab process and made it a pilot commercial process. Guess what? The ground itself has, I forget, a positive or a negative charge. So just building it on this scale brought either a positive or a negative charge into the solutions that they were doing on large scale. And so that process just out of the gate didn't work because it was based on the gold in solution. You're trying to attract it, I guess, like a magnet. You're trying to attract it, but the very ground itself was screwing it up. And they worked on it. They raised some more money. They worked on it sort of in the mid 2000s. I don't know when it stopped. I stopped investing in it probably in 2016. I put money in a silver company and something else, and I already owned what I owned. But in I don't know, 2019, we had the COVID lockdown. I forget what year. So there was a shutdown. The guy doing all this work lives in Canada. The project is in Nevada. So everything got shut down worldwide. So that delayed and made very complicated moving forward with testing. The other thing that happened was an earthquake. And the earthquake just made this whole caldera shake like a bowl of jelly. Well, one thing it did was it pointed out we've got a big resource here and it's deep. By the way, there could be lithium there. There is palladium there. There is silver there. We're just focusing on the gold. The gentleman who is doing this work continued. He out of his own money, he bought this Batman and Robin super duper highly technical massive microscope that can look down into, see the gold and see the particles and see the results. He kept working up in Canada and down, and he's in his 70s. He's done this all his life, and down in Nevada. Well, over the last 4 years, well, not this year, but the previous 4 years or so, he spent his own money coming up with a process that he calls NMET. NMET. Now, the NMET is, he bought an electron microscope, state of the art. And he did other work. The problem with this coating is standard fire assay does not allow testing of the gold in the material. Just like standard fire assay didn't work in the Carlin trend. So you have to come up with a process that gets it out. Now I can't over the public airwaves tell you exactly how he's doing it, or even come close to telling you. But he came up with a process that's physics. In other words, it's not based on attracting the gold particles with positive and negative valences. It's not about attraction anymore. The gold's still floating up here, but he has a different process. I'm not going to put it out there because I signed an NDA. I don't know how much of it should just go out into the world. But he did this NMET process, and he has extracted gold at an average of 0.20 ounces per ton. And he's done it over and over and over again in his labs at the site. And he has people working with him. What he needs the $5 million to do is repair the destruction that happened in the earthquake and expand the existing pilot plant so he can put into production. I forget. In my head, he wants to produce 24 tons a day, but it might be 100 tons a day. It might be 240 tons a day. I don't know that. I can't remember. I have notes. I have, the point is, in the pilot plant, he wants to produce per day, every day, tons of this material, producing gold. And this is an example, although small, of the gold he's extracting. I can't put this out to the world, but at 0.2 ounces of gold per ton of the original third party 174 million tons, that works out to 35 million ounces of gold. Now, I've already told you they can drill deeper. That would turn it into 70 million ounces of gold. They might be able to go deeper than that, and it would get it over 100 million. But they can drill in between. They can drill outward, and you might have 100, 150 million ounces of gold. This company has the potential to be the single largest discovery in 50 years, 100 years. And it's in North America. It's in Nevada. You don't have to go through the jungles. And the key question is, will it scale? Well, I asked that, and the answer, from all indications, and I can't deny that he might find something that he has to change in his process, but he said it will scale because it's not they've already done it. He said, we've already scaled it, but they haven't done it in the daily production in a production plant. That's what the money's for. And literally, he could, if he had the 5 million today, he could build out his plant in 3 months. And then he could start producing over the next 3 months. But that means he's producing every week, every day during that. So sometime conceivably in a 6-month period, maybe in less than 6 months, he's got results. And who are the natural buyers? Barrick and Newmont. So I really think it is one of the most exciting opportunities I've ever seen in my lifetime. Yes, there's risk. The risk is it doesn't scale. But the body English, I know the guy. I've spent time with him. The confidence, of course, he's been confident before. So there's one risk. It doesn't scale, or it doesn't scale yet. The other risk is time. Maybe it's not 6 months. Maybe it's not 9 months. Maybe it's not a year. So those are the two risks. You're paying 4 cents a share. 4 cents a share. If the company were to sell itself right now, and the company got an offer to be purchased by an extraordinarily wealthy guy who loves gold, but he's in the oil and gas space. He offered, I think he's worth $150 million. He offered to buy the company, build out the plant. I don't know, was it like 2 months ago? I got nervous. I'm like, I don't like this deal. It capped the return to shareholders at 20 cents a share. Well, there's always a possibility he will come back. And my understanding is he'd be willing to double that offer to 40 cents a share. And the scary thing is if the shareholders accept it. Well, if you're paying 4 cents and he comes back, it'll be within 90 days. He would cap out at 40 cents. And there'd be some friction and probably some risk and negotiation. But that is 10x. I hope to Hades I don't control the company. But that's 4 cents to 40 cents is 10x. So you could lose 4 cents, which I think is unlikely because I think it will scale. And it already has produced using standard process called caustic fusion. It already, there's 6 million ounces of gold. So that's not that exciting, but it's real gold. So I don't see the risk of going to zero as a very real risk. But it's there. The other risk is time. But if you pay 4 cents and the group of 13 or 15 core shareholders decide to sell soon, it's 40 cents. That's 10x. That's 10x. Okay. What would be better? What would be perfect is they raise the 5 million. By the way, they've already raised 2 million of the 5 million. There's only 3 million to go. Yes, it's summertime and people go on vacation, but they've already raised 2 million. Actually, to be honest, with that calculation, it's closer to 2.5 million. It's not all in yet. So we've already raised half the money, almost. It's not all in. So I don't want to say that, as with everything, it's the implementation. But half the 5 million's raised. So the best thing would be to build the pilot plant out 3 months, start producing gold every single day, and do it at 0.2 ounces of gold per ton, hopefully, and drill deeper at a minimum, but probably drill in between. And so you prove up, instead of 6 million ounces, you prove up 70 million ounces of gold in the ground. 70 million. Could be over 100. Let's just take half of that, 35 million. 35 million for our calculation, and we would basically own half the company at that point. That number is $4 a share if they sold the company right then at $100 an ounce. Now, typically, acquisitions of gold in the ground, range between $50 an ounce and as high as $350, $400 an ounce in the ground. That depends where you are in the cycle for gold assets. It depends on the price of gold, for example. But using $100, the low end, that's $4 an ounce. It's possible, once this pilot plant is in production for 90 days, at the end of 90 days of building it out, remember, I'm telling you, if the money doesn't come in right away, or if there's a delay in, I don't know, there's some delay in delivery of a iron beam, or, that timeline could get stretched out. And in your head, I would stretch it out. I would say it's a year. I was hoping by the end of the year. I'm now saying first quarter of next year, and I'm 100% willing to wait till the second quarter before I get impatient of next year. But they could sell the company for cash and stock in Barrick Gold, $100 an ounce in the ground. That works out to $4 a share. That's 100x in less than a year, conceivably, when the contract's signed. Conceivably, 100 times your money. Now, what's the other alternative? My favorite alternative, which I can help them do, because I have one chit to get into Rick Rule. I met with him in Toronto, and all I'd have to give him is a white paper and an explanation of how this would work. He would finance the plant. He would finance the production plant, not the pilot plant. A production plant is probably going to cost, I don't know, it could be 20 million, it could be $100 million. He would finance it. My favorite thing is for the company to produce its own gold. And I'm going to give you a number that is discounted. The number is much higher than this. But conceivably, over the next 20 years, the company could produce its own gold, and you take a present value of it, it's $40 a share. $40 a share. 4 cents to 40. Now, the thing is that to get that 40, it's going to be over in many years. But by that time, when the plant, and I'm telling you, I can go do it myself. I'm sure others can do it. That plant gets financed. We can be a public company on the New York Stock Exchange. $40 a share. It's 1,000 times your money. Now the risk is the 4 cents. You can't sugarcoat it. It could take years if something screws up, or it could, the worst case, go to zero. But that risk reward, I've never seen anything like it. You can put up $12,500 and get what it cost me $250,000 to get. And conceivably, you don't have to wait but maybe 9 months. It's gold. I mean, I don't understand why. I'm so excited about it. To go back to AP, I wanted to put money in it if it came available from my MMTLP. I don't have that opportunity. I'd love to put more money in. I'm trying to find the research report that I can give to you. I mean, read a little bit to you about what's in the ground. The problem is it's written by It's written by an analyst that I've known for years. And he was in the oil and gas business. I've known him forever. He is very good at what he does. But now that Wall Street's different, you know, he's on his own. So he does his own research. He's an investor in this company. But let me just tell you, this gold company, let me read the most recent one. I have two of his research reports. The most recent one he did, the last one he did, he hasn't done one since, is dated June 9, 2018. So remember, nothing has changed except there was the pandemic and there was an earthquake. And the metallurgist, the scientist, the guy, he owns the majority of the stock, by the way. He had to go back to the drawing board. He spent the last 4, 5, 6 years solving the problem. I believe it's solved. I 100% believe it's solved. So let me just go through this, the highlights of this research report. The company's process gave 0.20 ounces per ton of gold consistently in hundreds of tests, or not both, one or the other, or 0.59 ounces per ton of palladium, which is equivalent to 0.3 at that time, to 0.35 ounces of gold equivalent. So he had a process that could get palladium out in gold equivalent amounts double the gold number. But there's no limit here. As a gold company goes into production, they can continue to tinker with whatever process they have. And maybe he can get both of those amounts out. I'm trying to tell you the upside here is bigger just than the 0.20 ounces of gold. But let's just focus on the 0.20 ounces of gold. All right, now he goes on to say 2 new processes are being pursued to remove this coating. And that's what's gone on for the last 4 or 5 years. You don't have to wait. You don't have to wait. I put my money in back then and before. You don't have to wait. Possibly giving higher numbers, higher grades, using no chemicals, yielding both palladium and gold, and potentially applicable, as I've described, on much more of the resource. They may be able to do it in one step. I'm not going to read it out over here. It involves leaching and all that. I'm not going to read that process out just to be safe, because I signed an NDA, even though it's in a research report. But I don't know that this report went out to everybody anyway. So anyway, listen to this. They're going to need to reassay a third-party chain of custody of the 176 million tons, which is part of the use of proceeds. They may have a potential vast new resource in the brine, the seawater below the sand, which might be pumped at a trivial cost and processed in a grade unknown, but possibly the same as the ore, and they can drill down to 400 feet or beyond. All right, he talks about the prior process. I'm going to skip that. He talks about the two new processes. I'm going to skip that because I just don't feel comfortable putting it out there. And then he gives a list of the tests that were done. Now, I'm not sure these tests were done third party. They're done 5 years ago. But it comes out with, for the palladium, at 0.59 ounces per ton, 0.59 ounces per ton of palladium. The gold came out at 0.232 ounces of gold per ton. The goal is to do it in a pilot plant. It has to repeat, it has to be consistent, and it has to be reliable. And that's what the money's for. But listen to this. Listen to this. In terms of costs, the process meets the gold company's objective of costing under $400 an ounce. $400 an ounce. Gold right now is trading for 2,342. It's under 400. The profit here is $2,000 an ounce potentially. Across 100 million ounces? Okay. Yeah. He goes over the possible problems, which are the same as I just described. All right, let me just go to the value. And remember, this was written in 2018, and he's saying it could take 1 to 3 months then. And then he said it could take 9 months. Well, here we are 5 years later or more, 6 years later. All right, so at some point, the 106 million tons of resource will be converted to reserves, and it can be given a present value. Since the hundreds of tests, large and small, to validate the process took 6 months, with more time to get it through this pilot plant, it could take another 9 months and re-assaying and all that. So and this was written back in 2018 with an old process, but he said it could take a year plus. But in the interim, you should be able to get data much sooner. All right, then he does a lot of speculating on how big it could be and all that. And then he goes to the stock valuation. He said the stock, he's saying then the stock was 5 cents a share it could go to that level when it was trading. I guess. I don't know what he's saying right there. I just want to get his projection. He has a chart somewhere here. Hard for me to read. Maybe it's in this other, maybe it was in this one. Yeah, here it is. Okay. So this is, this is an old report, but nothing has changed. If we valued the gold at $20 an ounce, the stock would be worth $10 a share with a market cap of 3.5 billion. If we valued the gold at $100 an ounce, because it's low cost and a large resource, the stock would be $50 a share and the market cap would be 17 billion. Now I'm using an old report. There's a lot of variables, but nothing's really changed. There's more stock outstanding, but not that much more. He is saying if they sold the company, this is back in 2018. No gold producer sells at more than about $100 per ounce in the ground. However, this company's project economics might support $300 an ounce. We would, back 5 or 6 years ago, we would consider $20 to $100 an ounce more realistic. All right. So what could happen in a sellout, which is really probably what's going to happen? This company will probably never trade again. It'll just be sold. The company will be sold to a major, according to this research, to give some magnitude of the possible upside price. We must first note the capitalization. I already gave you this. If we valued the gold, the small amount of gold, not the bigger amount, at $20 an ounce, market cap is 3.5 billion. At 100, it would be 17.5 billion. Given that there is significant resource potential beyond the 160, he's using a number here of 165 million ounces of gold, and it could be bigger than that. He gives various breakouts of what a sale could be. It could be sold for $100 an ounce, which works out to $50 a share in his example. I think when I told you the sale, I used $4. He's using $50. Who's the buyer in his examples? Newmont, Gold Corp. These are many buyers. Anglo Gold, Kinross, or a consortium. I'll just read what he writes. To buy the company for 3.5 billion, might fit in Barrick Gold's pocket, but 17.5 billion, that's at $100 an ounce, would nearly double its market cap. So that would be a major buy. So what they might do is a consortium of major gold producers, each buying a third. These upsides pay for the long speculative wait. Well, this offering, you don't have that wait. Everybody here's been in a decade and a half or longer. There's no wait. So his conclusion. The main risk, of course, is making the pilot plant work, which I don't think that's a huge risk. But that's a judgment on my part. I could be wrong. The other risk he's talking about, can you produce gold and palladium at the same time? Well, since I've ignored the palladium altogether in my presentation to you, who cares? Just look at the gold. Okay, the prior results were obtained consistently over hundreds of lab and pilot plant size tests. Success seems probable, very probable, he says. The second risk is timing. We already talked about that. I don't think there's going to be much of a wait. They have all the equipment there, and I think on order. They have the people there. I really don't think there's going to be a delay. So then he says, standing back, the success before the pandemic, before the earthquake, has been spectacular. The project has more than doubled its grade. That's when you use the palladium. I'm not using the palladium. Let's see if he gives another projection. There's a potential resource here of at least 274 million tons. It's a game changer for the industry. It was hard rock nano gold in the Carlin trend. This would be a paradigm shift in the works in Nevada. Put another way, stocks often go through an anticipation stage, a letdown stage, and then the payoff cycle, with the payoff stage potentially far exceeding the anticipation stage. This company sold for $250 a share in 2007. It went through the letdown stage, and now we're poised for the payoff stage. Buying time is here. So anyway, if you want more information, you know my email. That's my email. And Bud, I talked to the company, and all I can tell you, Bud, from the lawyer, the answer was not as definitive. It was not as definitive as you say, but you were kind of poking it in their eye. And so the attorney, when you poke an attorney in their eye, they're always going to go with the most conservative. But I can assure you and maybe we can talk, his answer was not definitive. He said it's just easy. He said sometimes it's just easier not to take the money. So I can see what I can do, but you insisted on pushing as high as you could go to say to everyone, hey, I'm unaccredited. And I don't think that was the strategy I would have used. But we can talk about it offline. It is legal. It's completely legal as long as it's fewer than 36 investors to have unaccredited investors in any deal. My computer's freezing. Well, Lewis, Webull is completely fractional shares. To my memory, when they created Webull, it said that we're just doing fractional shares. I think Webull is a company that's there to create an escape valve for the criminals. I wouldn't do business. I don't think any shares you own in Webull are real. None of them. So I'm not surprised they can't deliver it. Let the company know, though, Lewis, that you tried. Let Nextbridge know. Send a letter. Let Nextbridge know. We could create a trust. Am I bragging about? No, I'm not, Andy. I'm not at all. In fact, it makes me sick to my stomach. That much money is there. I'm not bragging. Not at all. I'm embarrassed. But I am trying to prove that I know this story and that I know the value of this offering. If FNGR does a huge deal, do they have to announce it, or can they sit on that information indefinitely? Why would they sit on it? But they already are sitting on information, because any big deal, they're negotiating over a period of time. And there's rules about what they can disclose to the public. So in a way, companies always sit on information. It's a question of what they are allowed to release to everybody at the same time. If they have a big deal, and if they were to release it, a competitor could go bid on that deal. They're not going to tell you. So if they have a huge finalized deal that is material, and their lawyers say you can tell people, there's no reason to sit on it. In fact, Tommy, a CEO has to release material information to the entire audience as soon as is practicable. So no, they won't sit on it. Coupon at TJ Maxx. I know. It's tough. I'm in the same position. And that's why, Andy, I'm not bragging. I am not bragging. I wish I had all that money. I wish I had all that money. All right. Look, Bud, you decided to keep pushing. So you kind of put a target. I read the attorney's response. The attorney did not say what you're saying. It may, the one issue that might apply is Florida. I don't know. I'm not an attorney. I'd have to look it up, and I'll Google it. I'll Google it for Florida before I talk to you. Ed Local, you're obviously a made up name, but also, Bud, there's a number of people that want to put in less than the minimum. So I'm considering, and I've got to call into my attorney, I'm considering setting up a like an LLC or a little special purpose investment fund and combining everybody's investment together. I just got to find out from an attorney, an SEC attorney, what kind of disclosures would need to be made, what would be my reporting responsibilities, and how expensive it would be, because I would assume that I would do it for free. Maybe take a piece of the upside after everybody gets their money back. I don't know. I'd have to ask him how to do it. But that's what I've got about, I'd say 12 people, if I include you. It was about 10, 11 people that want to get in, but there's a minimum. And if I can create a vehicle, that might be the way to go. But I would want pristine reporting. I'd want it to be done by this SEC attorney that I've worked with, Harvard graduate, 70 years old. And I would want everything to be transparent, just so basically I don't want to get involved in any sort of micromanagement or anything of it. If it works, maybe I get a piece in return for putting up the money to put it together. Maybe I get a piece of the upside. Maybe that's it, Maybe it's the costs, and the projected costs come in at a ratio. But I don't want to, I really am not interested in, earning any fees or having to do more than just to have it as a pass-through vehicle. So unfair what they did to MMTLP. They took your $16,000 a year and a half ago. Gone. I need it. Well, I'm talking that way because I think you're a bot or a shill. But if you've been listening to me, and I can't find my shares, but if you're in MMTLP, you don't have anything. You have a security that's been deleted / canceled, whichever word they decided on. I think the word is deleted. And you have an asset that's only worth something if you trade it in for the real shares of Nextbridge. That's fair, because that's what you're supposed to get. And obviously, Ed Local, over the last 18 months, year and a half, less than that, 560 days, you have not transferred your MMTLP into Nextbridge hydrocarbons. You're listening to the Twitter feeds that are trying to scare you, but Nextbridge hydrocarbons is an extraordinarily valuable piece of paper. At least it could be extraordinarily valuable. If you had $16,000 If you paid $8 for your stock, you have 2,000 shares. It could be worth 200 grand. Could be worth 2 million. But you would rather come on not for nothing and just say your money's gone. I need it. Well, my suggestion is you move your MMTLP, which is fake, it's counterfeit, it's deleted, it has no rights. MMTLP has no rights. Gone. You do have one remaining right because people are sitting, I don't know why people are hesitating, but people are sitting in the terminal while the voice is coming, last call for the flight to the Oro Grande, last call at in Terminal A, Gate 21, last call, get on board. And now they're calling last call. These hundreds of people get on this massive jet before we take off. We're going to close the door and it's all over. And people are throughout the terminal will start racing. They'll be running and out of breath and putting their coffee down and grabbing their pizza and grabbing their bag and yelling for their kids and racing to Terminal A, Gate 21, racing. And then the gate pulls back. The plane is pushed away from the terminal and it starts taxiing down the runway, and you won't be able to convert your shares. Now you say you need the money. Why are you not transferring from MMTLP instead of whining that it's unfair what they did to MMTLP? Why are you whining? Why aren't you acting? Transfer into a stock that's valuable. I think your $16,000 might be worth $116,000 as it sits. Take your rear end from the bar in the airport terminal, whining that they took your money, waddle on down to the gate, show your ticket. They'll take your MMTLP ticket and they'll give you a seat on the plane. And as soon as you get in the seat, it's worth $160,000. Can I sell it? No, it's going to take you 16 hours of flight time before it lands and you can sell that seat. Whatever, I'm making it up. It might take you 16 months. It might take you 3 years. I don't know. But is it worth getting off of your crybaby butt and saying to everyone here, spreading negativity, it's so unfair what they did to MMTLP. They took my $16,000 a year and a half ago. It's gone. I need it. So your answer is you're going to just cry about it and you're going to hang on your MMTLP. Let me just tell you, MMTLP might be it's worthless now. But even through a congressional settlement or a legal settlement, or even if the Wall Street settlement, it might be essentially worthless after they come out of it. You just don't know. Why take that chance? Markets aren't fair. The United States markets are not fair. The entire U.S. market system below a certain price level, 10 billion, a billion in market cap, is set up so that the big funds at an arm's length can hire just scumbags like Jeff Easton or Kurt Kramer, this guy Ari Rubenstein, and they get CEOs to believe that this financial firm is going to help the CEO. They don't. They start, and you know this, you're probably part of it, but they start selling the stock. I'll use the example of a silver company that I love that I put money in. I'm going to use round numbers to make the point. I put 75 grand in when there were 28 million shares outstanding. It was 25 or 30 or something like that. 28 million shares outstanding. Your guys, they got a young CEO, cocky. I talked to him. I warned him, but a nice guy. He works hard, but he didn't believe me. It sounds too conspiratorial. Well, they came in, they raised money, they did all the selling. They don't give new money. They sell shares of stock. They give the company its own money with illegally. And then they keep selling and selling and selling and selling and selling. Well, guess what? Now, adjusted for the split, the company, which had, in my case, to my memory, I had something like I don't know. I had something like 200 or 250,000 ounces of silver to my interest, but they hadn't proved it all up. They've been proving it up. It's been expanding, but now they have 2.8 billion shares out. I paid $2.50 for 300,000 shares. I now have 30,000 shares, which conveniently is out of the system. I have to pay $2 or $3 grand to get it back in. It'll take 60 days. And then I have to sell it through the group that I put it back in at, which means I'll get a huge discount. But anyway, ignoring all that, I now have 30,000 shares. Last trade that I saw was 77 cents. And the stock is better, bigger, and that's an unfair market. It's because of guys like you. And you do it to hundreds, thousands of companies. And Ann Waxman doesn't care. The rest of them don't care. One of the key things you could do, Ed, is move your MMTLP. Since it's so important to you and you feel it's unfair, move it to the real shares and get it done quickly. It'll help you. And I'll tell you who's fighting for fair markets, but screw that. I'll tell you who's dealing fairly in Nextbridge. Greg McCabe. Move your shares from the crooked, unfair markets to the fair gentleman, Greg McCabe. All right, I'll get a hold of the attorney. I don't know the solution, but I'll let you know what it is. Oh, no, I didn't mean it is a serious question. The reason, Tommy, I was taking time answering it, I was actually thinking it through because if there's a deal, a big, huge news, they obviously know about it already because it probably takes 6 months or more to negotiate, right? So technically, they're not telling anybody until it's finalized. And the attorneys say you can announce it. So your question, in all cases, companies aren't going to be keeping you up to date with the day-to-day negotiating. And that's why there's NDAs, and that's why CEOs and people involved have to keep their mouth shut. But once it becomes final and material, they cannot sit on it. A CEO is not allowed to manipulate their stock price. No, they wouldn't wait for the warrant approval beforehand. They wouldn't wait. They couldn't do that. Now, could a CEO be careful and stretch the time a little bit and technically have a little more time? Yeah, I mean they can juggle a little bit, but no, CEO cannot manipulate the timing of her announcements. I don't know where that article is. I don't know how to find it. There's going to be an interview Monday night, so maybe. No, I'm not giving Ed. I'm not doing it. You are an operator from the other side. Everybody that's contacted me knows it, but you're obviously working with the criminals, and you're here to do your little magic. So, no, I'm not going to give you the name. No, I wouldn't sell it, DJT. I wouldn't sell it. Let me look at the chart. Let me look at the chart. I know people say charts don't matter, but what do you have to work with other than charts? Okay, here. No, I wouldn't sell. It's RW. It's testing the 200-day moving average, which is obviously, and I wasn't watching it the last few days, but when it broke down below the 50-day moving average, an obvious target was the 200-day moving average. Now, it had a bit of a rally up, and I was actually doing other things. I don't own DJT, so I wasn't watching it. And there's a gap, sort of. Actually, the gap, to fill the gap, I think the stock might have to go to $28. Yeah, I think the gap might have to go to $28. So maybe it goes down to 27.5 or something. That might happen. Back in April, the stock broke the trend line, the moving average, and then it traded for the next 2 days. It went black, but it traded below that trend line. So you could get tomorrow, RW, if I wouldn't sell it, because I think it'll snap back very, very quickly. But if you want to buy more, I'm not telling you to, or if you want to buy calls, I would price them as if the stock goes to 27.5. It might go lower, but I mean, it went as low as 22.5 back in April. But I wouldn't. I mean, if it were me and I were buying stock, I might put an order in tomorrow to buy it at 27.5 or at 28. But I mean, the chart doesn't look strong. It's not a strong chart. But the likelihood is if it repeats what it did before, you're only going to get 2 more days of trading where it crosses over this 200-day moving average. And so if I had to guess, it might open lower tomorrow, or it might go might open up, but during the 10:30 hour, it might go down to 27.5, 28. And then it could trade up. They'll try to get it back down to 31, 32, and then maybe Friday. So it might be Thursday, Friday doing that. And then, Monday, it could open back at $39. And the chart looks awful. I mean, it's got if it were to break down here and stay down, I mean, it could go to 1750. And the 20-day moving average is crossing over the 50-day moving average. That's negative. The MACD doesn't look great. Money flows don't look that great. I mean, there's risk in this trade. But to me, RW, I believe it's hit the lower trend line. You might be lucky and be able to buy stock at $27.50, $28 tomorrow, sometime in the morning. But then I think it's going to snap back. They'll keep trying. And maybe Thursday and Friday, it's going to, straddle this 200-day moving average. But if I had to guess, it won't take longer until, say, Monday or Tuesday that this stock snaps right back up to 37.50. And then maybe it's 42 and it breaks through those trend lines. And I could see it trading back up in the $50 range next week. That, to me, that's much more likely than going down to 1750, even though the chart looks like shite. It's not a very good answer, but that's what I say. What is a bot? Thank you. Thank you. All right, I'm going to sign off. I'm tired. I haven't eaten since breakfast, so I want to try to get something. Thank you for staying so long. There are a couple of those questions that got me going. We'll be on tomorrow. I'll try to maybe do a short video on something. My mantra is move your worthless MMTLP into your worthwhile Nextbridge. But other than that, I'm just going to wish you each a peaceful night. Happy Juneteenth. And I thank Mark for pointing out it was about emancipation, which I just think is one of those great moments in humankind. It's kind of like the battle we're going through now, in the sense that there's a bunch of us moving toward it, what we need is Abraham Lincoln, don't we? Obviously on a human scale and suffering. I don't mean to compare it, but I mean in the sense that we're all fighting what's clearly an evil, and we understand it, and we don't understand why the other side doesn't change. And we just need that breakthrough, and it'll come. So anyway, I saw a picture of Jenny L. I continue to pray for her and ask that if you have time to say a prayer for her. She's a great kid, such courage, such a family, and she supports all of you tremendously. Just a thought or a prayer would be great. And I pray for each of you that are fighting, each of you who are feeling the pain of this. I do pray for a breakthrough and just the visibility that there can be a liquidity event of some kind. It'll be in the future, but it'll make you feel better. So anyway, I'm going to end the stream. Cheers.